Well, welcome everyone. Welcome back. It's been a fun day of coverage here at NDA Team Dart 2023, and we're back for more. Will Stuart, Nick Dichiria here. And how about this? We're getting some action in doubles cricket, as we thought we were going to see more of the level 6 through 15. We're starting off with a level 1, though, right now. I talked with our tournament staff, and it looks like we will get kind of a good mix. So hopefully that's the case this evening, as we'll be live till about 11 p.m. this evening to kind of show you some action from doubles cricket. We may not see a final this evening, unfortunately, but hey, we're here, we're live, you can enjoy the coverage, and then we're back tomorrow with team event finals as well as the international challenge. And it's going to be a long day tomorrow. I know for sure it is, because last year was the same way.
Yeah, well, tomorrow may be the main event in some people's eyes with the International Challenge. Well, let's just put it in perspective here. A lot of people are excited to see some of their friends on the stream. We're going to try to get a wide range of levels, as that level 15 and up area started about 3 hours ago. Now we're starting to get everyone else in the mix here, including level 1. We're going to switch it up for a little bit and watch some cricket, which would be a change of pace from what we've had for the last day and a half here.
Yes, it's been just 0-1 throughout so far, and it is nice to finally get some cricket on the board. And I know you folks at home are excited for that, because, well, usually we hear from you folks that you want to watch some cricket, so looking forward to that one. And this is I went ahead and took a picture, and I know you got the information there. It's Eisenmuth and Woodcock, is that right, versus two little indie guys?
Exactly right. So that's going to be Mike Woodcock and Steve Eisenhuth. And for the other team here, two little indie guys, is going to be Mike McKimmey and Ronnie Thompson, obviously representing Indiana.
Yeah, Ron is the individual in the Whiskey Bent Bar and Grill jersey.
The Whiskey Bent Bar and Grill also sponsors the Bullseye Cam at the Siege.
They did.
Oh, I retract my previous
comment.
There you
go. But this is, of course, Mike. Not able to find the Trip 16 bed there, but
yeah, definitely a nice little change of pace, as we've been covering a lot of 0-1 and kind of seeing how these top levels players play the strategy. But cricket's a whole different beast here.
well, if you missed out on our earlier coverage, we definitely recommend that you go back in time and watch that one, as we did have an entertaining Masters Team 01 event today. There's no denying that.
Yeah, it was after the finals finished, I went ahead and talked with the representative for DSAB, the German darts organization that brings all these players out here. And did you know there's over 90 darts players from Germany here today?
Is that it?
That is 90 players, 120 including the whole posse of everybody as well. There is a reason why we're seeing so many of them and why we're seeing so many in high-level positions in the bracket. It's because they all came in the same plane.
All on the same plane. That is crazy. Well, they definitely played well. DSAB 1 and DSAB 2 headed to the finals, and we'll let you go back in time and watch the rest. How about that?
Yeah, no spoilers here. I will say a German team did do well out of the two German teams. Right now, 4 bulls needed for two little indie guys. It's definitely a little bit of a change up when you're looking at some of these different game screens here. The cricket being horizontal instead of vertical here always takes me a minute to kind of get readjusted here, but we're looking at a Radikal board here. Of course, we also do have a Phoenix board and an Arachnid board here on our stream area.
I'm glad that you mentioned that. It is a little bit off to see the all that vertical nonsense there.
Oh, well, that was a very bad time to miss the single there, as now all of a sudden two little indie guys are one bull away from capitalizing.
just to be sure, this need to redo that one. This is a best of 3 leg match here. As we see 2 little indie guys put the first score on the board, 1-0. And we'll go ahead and keep it right here, and then we'll transfer on over to either board F10 or F11 after this one, as I'm sure we'll try to get those as many matches as we can this evening. But
listen, you better not be bored of watching darts, because we're going to be bringing plenty of action here. With this full of a room and this many people going on here, we want to make sure to represent everybody as much as we can. But anyways, back into the action here. Mike and Steve to start off here. And you can see some frustration there, not able to close the 20s, giving 2 little indie guys a big opportunity. And now this is a level 1 match, but that being said, it's a little nervy. This is a first round match for the Division 1 players. So everyone's kind of trying to get that first match blues out of the way, and it's going to be a little bit tight, a little bit angsty, and otherwise what would be players that are pretty well. The cutoff is usually about a 3-8 or higher for the Masters Division. So that means that you're going to see a lot of players around the mid-3 range in this area, or players that are on the up and coming. Of course, we want to thank each one of you for tuning along with us. As I know we've been bringing you plenty of coverage, and we're planning on bringing you plenty of more. We're super happy to be providing coverage, and thank you to NDA for bringing us out here. As I know I've been having an excellent time, and Will can attest too. It's been an absolute pleasure to meet so many players, to shake so many hands, and tell so many stories, and there's so much more left to be had. Well, that was a great time 6 mark there. Get Mike and Steve up and running here. Having some trouble finding that trip. It's not far off for 2 little indie guys, but it's definitely not a fluid, easy to hit number at the moment. Let's see, Mike and Steve now starting to get some momentum in their favor. They might go ahead and attack that 20 immediately, and they do. And played that very well, and a great 6 mark there. That's a great way to gain control. At the end of the day, you want to expand your real estate of having your numbers owned versus point differential, and that's exactly what they did. Not only getting the close while they were ahead, but then expanding the lead rather than moving on. You don't want to stretch yourself out too thin. You want to have a nice, tall point of view.
Just into the neighboring bed there. Do convert with the last one as they collect a trip 18. Look over and Nick's drinking a glass of milk.
Okay, first off, I'm drinking a caramel macchiato. And second off, I don't comment when you're eating or drinking.
Oh, man. Couldn't resist there. As Ron goes ahead and takes advantage of those 17s, grabs a hold of those, but just 3 fat 17s needed here from Mike.
An opportunity has arisen for 2 little indie guys to get back into this. I'm going to have to stay down. Yeah, he shot the wrong number there.
Yeah, and you can see he hollered at himself there.
And then even there, his partner was like, "Why didn't you shoot the 17?"
I don't agree. Yeah, I don't agree with that move there from Mike. And I think he's saying it's that vertical deal, and that's the difference. Is cricket is a little bit different for some individuals, especially with that Radikal board. It's that horizontal rather than the vertical score line.
I mean, we've mentioned it before, but darts is such a mental game. So being aware of your situation, being aware of what's going on with the scoreboard and everything else going on here is super crucial to finding success. At the end of the day, yes, it is a little bit jarring to see, but take your time to make sure you know what you're going to do. You have to approach the board with a game plan regardless. Right now, I mean, Mike and Steve are just punishing the previous round's error. Expanding their real estate and having ownership of those 19s and 16s puts them in a good spot here. All three on the 15er is going to be necessary. Well, that's not too bad of an attempt there. It's 7 marks hits. But as they come, they go. Mike and Steve close it out here and get themselves right where they want to be to make this 1-all here in this best-of-3 format. Huge double bowl in the last start there to keep the dream alive. On the off chance all 3 darts miss, it will leave an outshot potentially. And it's part of that never say die mentality that we say is so crucial in the game of darts. Of course, that's not going to happen here as they are doing their due diligence and going down and pointing first.
Mike is in the chat. Mike is in the chat. He said, helps if I throw it the right side of the board.
Oh boy, what's with all these players nowadays tuning it in while they're playing? I could never.
Some are well aware of what's going on with the streaming, and to see him throw that in there is pretty funny.
All they have to do is go close to that curtain, they'll be able to hear what's going on. But now it is 1-all. Mike and Steve take that one there against 2 little indie guys. And I believe we're going to see one more. Now they're going to go for the diddle.
So we're going to see Ron step up. Here we'll take a closer look at the bowl. It's like 1 or 2 holes outside there. And in the red for Steve. So they're going to have the throw here in this leg.
Does Steve's nickname on the back of his jersey say Stove? Because if that's the case, I love that so much.
I thought the funny one for me was Tyler Hinsey when Sean pointed out Han Solo was the nickname on his jersey, and if you know Tyler, you know the reason why. So
when I heard about that one, I lost my marbles, let me tell you, folks. Well, pretty even kill start. We got 1 number close for each side here, as it's going to be a 2019 battle for a little bit. Good second dart there. In my opinion, you absolutely stay up here for one more. There's no reason to go downstairs yet, not at this point.
You can see him take a...
He's going to, though.
Yeah, you can see him take a thought there and wonder what he should do. Does take the look.
I just personally don't love that shot because the single 19 doesn't do any immediate help. But, of course, right now in this situation, it doesn't make too much of a difference as they can just go back down there and close it immediately. But when you're factoring what to shoot and when in cricket, the biggest question you need to be asking yourself, if I were to miss the triple and hit a single, what area would be most effective for me to hit that single at right now? And that's when you should decide, do I need to point, do I not need to point?
That's a great test, isn't it? You like that? You're welcome.
Don't mind us as we have a little sidebar over here. I was yelling at Will about my glass of milk comment.
How about this? 9 mark for Mike.
Say it, Will.
No, I will not say it.
Say it.
No.
Say it.
No. I will not say it.
You can't make me.
Sean, I'm not saying it. Sorry. Solid answer, though, of a 7 mark there from Mike from Indy.
Yeah, this is going to be a great battle here as they're both itching for an opportunity to see who can close together this number. But I mean, they're catching some fire now. We mentioned some first round blues might be a factor here. Not the case anymore. Those first 2 legs out of the way, now they are playing their game and throwing their darts. Nine into 7 into 6 into 5.
We're seeing both these teams want to hang out on the winner's side. Who's going to be the one to do so?
Right now, Mike and Steve are still having pretty good control of this leg. They have been the ones that had to be answered, not the ones doing the answering.
I love it. We don't say boom, but the whole, but a couple people in the chat does. That's for sure.
I just don't understand. If you're the boom guy, why don't you give the fans what they want? And exactly what you need to do there. 5 mark, starting up top and working your way down. Keeping control, not giving up any advantage. And as you get to those 16s and 15s and bulls, that 20 number becomes all the more impactful.
Mike will step up. Does he attack those 16s or look at the 20s first? Looks like he's eyeing the 20s first. Now does he take a look? He should.
And he does. Not the best thrown dart on the third there, but going up until you hit a trip is a very safe strategy that tends to win more games than it loses. And now despite the 5 mark, because of that 3 marks at the points, it's going to enable them to have the point advantage going into this turn. Look at this.
This is fantastic.
Oh my goodness. Dirty, dirty darts as we get a 9 mark.
Another 9.
Got you there. You guys thought I was going to do it. Oh, I might do it if he does it, though. Oh, great. 6 mark there. Does switch over to that 20. I think it's a little bit of frustration knowing that this position is very hard to come back from and just playing with the momentum. If you're looking for the technically correct answer, staying on the 15 for all 3 absolutely would be that.
Takes a shot to try to close out those 15s. Not able to. Mike's going to have to hit a good amount of those 15s in order to keep him and Ron in this race.
Well, the 15s are gone, and it's a pretty significant point difference right now.
Yeah, Ron's going to hope to grab a double here. Not able to, so just 3 for the win from Mike to advance on the winner's side, where they'll play either Redliners, Wood and Anderson, or Filthy Invasion. There's a double. And he gets the single for the win. Big darts there from Mike and Steve as they're able to capitalize and grab it.
Well, that's a good start to our doubles cricket there for level 1, as I'm sure we're in store for a bunch of great matches today.
Well, looks like we got another match in progress right now. I believe some folks were calling for potentially this one. Let's go ahead and take a gander as we make sure our boards are where they should be.
Yeah, this is going to be Justin and Matt from Midwest Amusements in Wisconsin, Justin Dennison and Matt Zarda, going against Ace and Bam Bam from Excel Entertainment in Illinois. It's going to be Ed and Jeremy. I don't believe we know exactly which leg they are on in this.
Check real quick.
Winner of this will go on the play Twice Bitten, which would be Chuck Koch and Russ Faco. Right now, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Ace and Bam Bam are looking real strong in their position here. Takes his time to set up these 3 bowls. And does it in 2 darts there. Some handshakes are going, as I believe that is already the end of this match from how it seems. Well, then congratulations to Ace and Bam Bam for moving on, representing Illinois, Chicago area there.
Well, we tried to get it in, but
we saw the last 3 darts.
We saw the last 3 darts at least, but hey, it is what it is. As we're going to have another match coming your way here in a moment, as it looks like we're going to have a couple Super Dart players or Super Dart jerseys step up to the line here. Let's go ahead and check and see what we got on F10, if possible. That's a Division I and whatnot. Looks like we're seeing the San Diego team and some Germans just finishing up there over on outside board. But I might go out there and run. They may just be warming up. So how about this? We'll hear a quick word from our sponsors before we go on. Stay right here, as we've got at least a few hours of coverage here for you. We're going to be streaming till about 11 o'clock this evening. So share this bad boy around. Like and follow if you have not. Let everybody know that USA Darts is live in Las Vegas, Nevada for NDA Team Dart 2023. Thanks for joining us.
Don't
We'll be right back.
get into darts, but you're not sure how. We can definitely help with that. We're usadartsproduction, and we've been a dart specialty store for over 30 years. We have the greatest variety of darts in the country. But don't worry, we can narrow down that selection for you, whether you're a complete beginner or a full-on expert. We developed our own Colonial brand to offer an inexpensive line of darts, dartboards, and accessories, so you can get into the game without breaking the bank. Join our amazing community by going to azdarts.com.
Hello everyone, this is Nick Dichiria with USA Darts, and today I have with me Bernie Marsh to talk about NDA and what it takes to be a master referee. First off, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm excited for another year of darts here, Team Dart.
So what do you exactly do for NDA?
Well, I'm retired from my coin-op business, and I've been retired probably for about 15 years, but the whole NDA is becomes such a tight-knit family when you're working with these people from all over the country and all over the world. It's hard just to let those strings go.
And then, so you also do a lot of refereeing and stuff like that. What does it take to be a master referee and be like someone that's behind the making of the rules that go into tournaments like this?
Well, the master referee, it's a tier.
Okay.
You start with know the rules test, and you work into it, and you level 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up to being a master referee. Master referee has the most responsibilities, and it's part of a tournament committee that we do sit down and go through the rules from year to year, because technology and the boards changes all the time. You know, as technology changes, we try to modify our rules to make it better for the players, more fun for the players, and less like worrying about rules and just having a good time.
And then, I mean, you see everyone in this room that's starting to fill up as the tournament's about to kick off and the pool party's going to get going. And we see so many happy faces here. How does it feel to know that there are so many darters that are excited to take part in this event?
Well, like I said, a lot of people come back year to year to year. So, you know, it's a reunion. And then the young people the new people that come first of all, when they walk into the room, they're amazed by seeing 300 dartboards set up in one room. You know, and it may be a little bit intimidating, but the whole tournament runs on different levels. And so they're just excited to, you know, they've talked to their friends that have been here, and they're just excited to get their feet wet and have a good time.
And what got your feet wet into darts? What got you into the community, into the scene?
Well, in 1990, I started a small coin-op business, but I didn't know anything about running darts. And so that's when I joined the NDA. So 30-some years ago is when I joined the NDA. And after a few years like 3 years, there was an opening on the board of directors, so I ran for the board, feeling because my business was running quite well then, I figured I should give something back to the organization. And, you know, like a lot of organizations, the more you put into them, the more that comes back to you, and it just engulfs you into its life.
And one of the things I noticed, I mean, when I saw you, as you said, there's over 300 boards, there's lights everywhere, and you're in Vegas. It's a busy city, right? I remember my first time 6-7 years ago, I was intimidated at first. What advice would you give to a new player that's playing in a big event like this for the first time?
If you have questions, ask questions. You know, just don't walk in a circle and then wonder why this happened or why that happened. There's always somebody that's going to be one to answer your question, and if they can't answer a question, they'll find somebody that can answer the question. So just don't be afraid to ask the questions. Don't be intimidated by that.
Well, I know I want to be calling this master ref if my dart misregisters this week, but I know they won't, as we're excited to kick things off at NDA Team Dart 2023. This is Bernie Marsh, and I'm Nick Dichiria.
All right, it looks like we're waiting on F10 here. These guys did get called. We're just waiting on their opponents. This is a Masters match we're about to see here, so hang tight. We'll just wait for these opponents to come on over. If this is not them on the Phoenix board, I'm not sure about that one, but we'll just play some tunes. We'll be right back in just a moment's time. Like I said, just waiting on these guys to show up, throw a couple practice darts, and we'll be live once again with more action here from NDA Team Dart 2023. I'm going to go ahead and shoot it on over to an overhead shot so you can at least enjoy a match until this one starts. We'll be right back. Alrighty, just wanted to hop on and say we got a level 15 match here. So this is going to be your newer or your players that maybe just, you know, they've been fighting. They've been fighting. They continue to do their thing and hoping to push up to that next level and continue to get better. So we figured it was good to go ahead and pull this match and at least show you some of those players that maybe don't get the opportunity to be on stream enough. And you could tell when I hopped over there and looked at the sheet, they were like, what's going on here for a second? I didn't say anything. I just walked on back. So hopefully that's all right. I think we got a Minnesota team here for sure. Not sure on the other one, but Chasers Sports Bars being represented here from these two individuals. We figured we might as well just show it off in the meantime. Waiting on F10 to go ahead and have a couple players come on over and start the warm-up process, but I'm going to run to the control desk, just make sure we got that one coming our way, and we'll be back in just a second. All right, it looks like we do have our, sorry if I scared you there, my apologies, I pretty much just yelled into the mic. It looks like we do have our individuals headed on over for our board on F10. We'll hop on over there as soon as they're done taking a couple warm-ups. But in the meantime, it was quite funny. I did hop out there and just overheard the teams go, just seen you on live stream, as he looked at his Apple Watch and he goes, we're not on live stream. I said, yeah, you're not on live stream. He goes, wait, what? So hope they're having a good time and enjoying it. That's what it's all about. And we're getting a nice little level 15 match on there, which is very important. So, all righty, we're going to have some Wisconsinites on here in just a second, taking on a Super Darts team. We'll find out that information is Boom Shakalakas is what it looked like, and they're from Ohio. So who's that? It's going to be Ben. Is that Ben? Ben and Patrick. Avea? Avea, yeah, it looks like that. So that'll be our next match here on the streaming board. Hang tight, we'll be right with you. All righty. Well, here we go once again with another great match. This time it's in the Masters division, and it's from some guys that we haven't seen yet. So excited to get these individuals on the stream here as we're once again live at NDA Team Dart 2023. Glad we got to show off a level 15 match there behind us. Pretty cool to see them guys freak out when somebody texts them and said, "You guys are on the live stream."
It's definitely shocking for some of those players, but it's cool for them to have the opportunity. Looking right now, this is Boom Shakalaka starting off here. That's going to be Ben Mall and Patrick Atea. And then for the other team here, this is going to be Matt and Tiny. This is Matt throwing here. Matt Gauther and Jamie DeGroot representing Wisconsin.
Matt, one of those individuals that was involved in the Booyah Cup. So I wanted to mention that. I want to say Tiny is it part owner of Black Saddle? Could
That's
be
something
mistaken
I'm
there.
not
I think it
100%
is.
sure if I can corroborate. This is Tiny stepping up here for us. Does find that 19 on the last there. Getting that 5 mark and kind of getting things going. Of course, as we said, it's, a lot of these players tend to warm up a little slow. This is a loser's aside match, so loser goes home for the evening. Still going to be that best of 3 format, race to 2. See how Matt approaches this. 1 dart needed to get ahead. Going to stay down there for another. And he's sneaky with his eyes there. So I thought he was going down for 1 more, but that's a great 7 mark. Exactly what he needed in that situation. You can't look up after getting just a small point lead. You have to expand a little bit, especially if you're playing on the 19 side of the 2019 battle.
Attacking those 20s. Looking for at least 5 here. Cannot find it, so does Tiny take a look here to go ahead and close out these 20s?
Well, I mean, the situation is a little different than before because now you have the 2 marks. You have every right to go at it. Although that's not exactly what he had in mind there. Going wide on 2 darts and then going back downstairs, kind of handing the opportunity back over to the Boom Shakalaka team. This is going to be Patrick throwing right here. Yeah, that's exactly what he wanted there. Unfortunately, after fighting that first dart trip, he just needed 2 singles to close and wasn't able to do it. And it's not about those big trips that matter more than those individual singles, those crucial timings on the closes that really paint the bigger picture for how your tournament experience will and is going to go.
Tries to go up there and close those 20s out. Not able to do so. 247 plays 220 here.
That one slipped out of his hand there as Ben looks visibly upset from that dart.
Definitely so. Not allowing himself an opportunity to go downstairs. Got to stay up.
Well, now there's no doubt in my mind that these 20s are going away this round. Tiny going to look upstairs at him now. And then back down to the 19s. Playing it nice and safe there.
Patrick finding the trip 18 and a single for a 4 mark.
Let's get them stabilized a little bit here. You have to have somewhere to go and get that point situation settled down here. But Matt has a great opportunity in front of him. He needs to stay on that 19 until he hits a trip, though. He did take a look on that last start there, but it is a big risk when you do it like that. Of course, that's a 27-point difference here. So a trip or 2 singles does get the point lead. If a first start trip happens, you can expect the 19s to go bye-bye. 2 singles need to close. And that's the second time that he's done that, where he's went back down to those 19s and it slipped out and went a little too fast, getting too excited at the proposition. It's not going to cost him too dearly, as he does find another triple for a huge 6 mark there. Great shot there from Ben.
Tiny able to find 5 on the 19s, but Patrick, the big trip 18, could take a look.
Not going to happen now.
Yeah, falling short on both. And the last going above. No marks scored for Patrick.
Let's see what they're going to do with the opportunity given here. Matt goes right away to closing. And he's going to keep expanding his point lead here. He might take a look at that 17, but the smart dart exactly was what he did there, staying on that 19. because now that makes it a 52-point difference, which means the 6 mark does not get the point lead back into Boom Shakalaka's favor. Relegated to stay on it now. And what was an intense point battle is now kind of shifting into one of those paradigms of one team in control and the other one just trying to keep up.
Tiny's going off now. Single 19, trip 17, over to the 16s. And Matt and Tiny sitting pretty now in this leg so far.
Does find 5. Matt's probably just going to go right at it. Having that 2-number advantage, he has every right to do so. And he finds the dagger dart on the 3rd one there.
Yeah, setting them up for a win here in this leg.
Something, one of those interesting things about some of those elongated point battles, who can keep their focus the longest?
Ah, there we go. Brandon says Tiny owns Whiskey Barrel.
Okay.
Not Black Saddle, it's Whiskey Barrel.
Got it.
Okay, so yeah, appreciate that
clarification.
Mr. Brandon. I knew it was one of those bars, I just didn't know which one. Big darts there to go ahead and win the leg. 1-0 in favor of Tiny and Matt. And yes, once again, this is a Masters level for those that are asking or inquiring. We know that some people may just be tuning in for the first time this evening, so we want to welcome you as well. No matter what platform you're watching on, whether it be Facebook, YouTube, or StreamStack.
Well, Patrick's going to start us off here for Boom Shakalaka. Does go for a 5 mark there. I don't know if the 18 just fell short from his throw, but I assume since it's Masters level, you're not often missing by 2. And he tried to go for that second playground. I don't necessarily love that when you're behind in the leg, but when you're ahead, it's a great pressure move. Of course, that is an opportunity made available now, as Matt only finds 2 of those 19s. You're going to see Ben here immediately attack those 19s to deprive them of those 2 marks that they've already started. And then from there has every ability to go to the 18s if he gets the opportunity to do so. See a little bit more of a safer conservative route, going back up to the 20s after the first missed start, knowing that a 2 mark on the 19 is basically irrelevant. So going up there and securing some more points first is the safer play. Nothing really wrong with that one.
Tiny's gotta find a triple here, does. And then a single, so 57 on the board, but does Patrick go ahead and attack these 19s to get rid of them? That's exactly what he's doing. Needs one more, can't find it. Just going a little
costly.
Going a little quick there maybe for Patrick. I'm not sure about that. That's probably a common occurrence for him, going fairly fast. It looks like he's just a rhythmic thrower.
That may be the case. I'm not too familiar with Patrick, but it kind of looks like he almost has a little bit of a hitch there in his throw that he's trying to kind of force through by throwing quickly.
Matt, I'm not too happy with that throw as you see him kind of fake throw the other one out into the distance.
Yeah, not going to be able to get the point lead there, and that's a frustrating situation to be a part of. But Ben is handed the golden ticket to the chocolate factory, as he only needs 119. And he's going to go over to the 18 here. Well, I feel like we get a lot of new people to cricket on our pages. Maybe some of those overseas crowd that are tuning in for us. one of the most common questions I feel like we get the most is, when do you know when to point versus when to close? Do you have any rules of thumb for that you would like to give the chat?
It does depend on the level. I mean, as far as this Masters level, I mean, it's nothing for a person to come up and hit a 7 mark. I mean, you should expect that person to come up here and hit at least a 7 mark or, 5 mark indeed. I mean, so you want to make sure you're ahead by, 5, 6 marks before you maybe take that in certain circumstances. I mean, not every circumstance. Let's just put it that way. I mean, you have to get gutsy and make a gutsy move every now and then, and sometimes it pays, sometimes it doesn't. But Matt there with a perfect, we'll give him one. Boom goes the dynamite.
Ooh, say it one more time for the fans.
No, definitely not.
Well, it's fun while it lasted. Well, how about this? Oh, he almost got a boom goes the shakalakas.
Letting us know, and hopefully you guys aren't saying offense, like taking offense to this. We were just saying maybe he needs to try something different right now, because unfortunately Patrick just isn't hitting like his normal self. He's in the Masters level for a reason. He's obviously a good player, but that's what I mean. But maybe he just needs to slow down just a touch, try something different.
Exactly. It's never disrespectful when we're talking about any of these guys, but rather for the fact that we know, because we've been in situations like this, what it's like to go through that. And you see there, Patrick had a lot slower pacing and hit that last start triple there, rather than some of the earlier darts where he had a lot more body movement. We're just kind of following the basics of the advice we would give to any player.
Just sometimes take that deep breath before you throw and go for it, Something as easy as that.
Yeah, that breath to calm the nerves and make the hands less shaky is always a big factor. I remember one time I saw a dart player, some new guy came up and asked him for advice, and the guy said, yeah, I inhale after every dart I throw. I would go, and the dart player's like, oh, thank you so much, walks away, and the guy looks at me, he's like, don't ever do that. I was just messing with him.
Yeah. Patrick out in front in this one. Going to try to make this a 1-1 score line.
Well, Tiny has something to say about that, as he does secure the point lead. Although it's not in a great position, it still is something of note. Pressure on Patrick. Does do what he needs to do. You don't want to leave him with a 9 mark to answer you. Matt is going to be relegated to shoot those 15s all day long before going for any closes.
Collection there. Another one would be handy. And he can't find it. Just a 4 there for Matt. 416 plays 399. I'm digging in the background. We got level 15 players hopping around, getting excited, making sure they're get those darts in.
See, I don't know about you, but I always, as a player, we're not in the player's box, I do it, but behind, I'm the guy jumping around, dancing, trying to keep as much movement and blood flow as possible.
I will say on the dancing side, people have seen videos, I do that just to stay loose. Like, I want to keep my mind off of things, so if there's music playing, I'm focused on the music rather than the darts at hand.
Absolutely.
Sometimes it's just smart to get your mind off of things. And have that mentality.
It's an extremely mental game, so the idea of getting your mind off it so you're not over-analyzing, over-critiquing yourself, and psyching yourself out is huge.
Yep. Travis Mills saying, Will Stewart, you're the man. I don't know about that, my brother, but I appreciate the compliment nonetheless. Just doing the job, that's for sure, and I couldn't ask for a better one. Thanks to Nick the Sheriff for joining me this week here in Las Vegas. It would definitely be a tough task without you, sir.
Well, it's definitely a pleasure to be invited out here, as now that we've done a couple of tournaments together, I feel like we're becoming best friends.
Whoa,
maybe?
you need to calm down with this talk, sir. No, I'm just
saying. I'm just saying. You, me, and Sean go on a trip to the Bahamas coming up soon.
Oh, my goodness. Play is in vain on YouTube. Says cricket is a bore. Well, I encourage you to go watch some of our must-see matches then on Stream Stack, because I bet you'd be pleasantly surprised with some of those cricket matches. As when you're starting to talk 7 mark, 9, 8, you know, that kind of intense action back and forth, you kind of lean towards this is a fun game. This is a fun game indeed.
And even if it's not your cup of tea, go back to our morning session that we just did. We had 0-1 all morning long.
Yeah, and that was another thing. I mean, that team game of 0-1, I mean, it was thrilling back and forth action, especially with the, you know, I'm not a freeze player. I've never, you know, because I don't play soft tip enough, being a steel tip player mainly. But seeing that freeze come into effect and how those players interacted with each other, as well as the German fans behind those players, was pretty cool.
It's a great experience. I highly recommend you go check it out over on USA Darts on Facebook and YouTube, or you can even find this one on the NDA Facebook page, and of course over on StreamStack, which is completely free and a new platform that we've been streaming to. Look at how dicey this game has gone. This is so intense. The 15 versus 20 battle is still going on. Just needs a single. Oh no.
Oh, that is difficult. Door is open. With a 1-0 score line. Rut-row.
First, third, triples key. After that, going for the big fat single for the easy shot, and then the hard shot of that 20 switch. Not going to go here.
Do you stay there?
You
got to. Great hit.
You can assume at this Masters level that the single 18 can be hit at just about any moment, given unforeseen circumstances. So having that lead is going to be defensive. Of course, at some point you're going to have to take the risk in a 20 versus 15 battle. And this is going to be the best opportunity they're going to get. A 4 mark is all they need to have a massive advantage going into the bowls.
Here we go, Matt. Looking at the 20s. Now back to the 15s, and aggravated just a little bit by that dart.
I don't agree with the approach here. I'm going to be honest. I don't mean this at a point of disrespect, but the idea of going for the 20 over the 18, you need the guaranteed close. That's a dart saved at that point. And then afterwards, I think even there, when he missed his first dart, he went right down to 15 instead of just going up there. I would rather be up in a 4-3 bull race than be down in a significantly more disadvantageous position.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, at least get one of those numbers out of the way, you know?
Mm-hmm. And that's a 70-point difference. So 3 bulls need to close, and then 3 needed to get up.
Well, loser is out, but winner will advance into the top 48 of this Masters doubles cricket bracket, where they'll face Zach and Cage.
Yeah, so that's going to be Keith Galloway and Zach Hunter. So I can't believe they're on the loser side, because that's a pretty tough team over there from Texas, those Star City guys.
That is a pretty tough little team. People asking about if we'll be able to see Gates tonight. We don't know. We're getting a good influx. We've seen a level 1 match. This is a Masters match. We do have some level 6s and 15s in this section as well. So we don't know. We don't know if we'll see Gates. We did see Gates last night in the doubles 01 event. We saw a lot of Masters in that one. Honestly, folks, I'm hoping we get a little bit more spread out. Maybe get some different levels in here. We see some of those players that maybe not get shown enough.
Yep.
I think it's important to do that.
Absolutely. I mean, on the other factor there, of course, is going to be the fact that they started 3 hours earlier for the 6 through 15 levels. They're going to be closer to the final, so we're going to get a little bit of them finishing up, and as the hall empties out, you're going to have more of the later starts of Division 1 through 5.
That's all right. 876 plays 754. Patrick and Ben managed to get themselves back out in front here. And looking at a 1-1 score line. Yes, they are tied up.
Well, 1-1 it is.
Little beautiful wife tuning in. Hello, Hannah. Hope you're doing well.
Hannah, I just want to say thank you as someone that's been his roommate now for a few days. I appreciate everything you have to put up with. I didn't know a man needed so many soaps.
Yeah, outside there from Matt. Not the ideal diddle, if we're going to be honest.
I think it worked, though. It was enough. Well, Matt here to start us off. Leg number 3. Let us know who you got here in the chat for this Masters loser side match. Matt and Tiny versus Boom Shakalaka. You can see the level of frustrations. These players are not happy with their performance so far. Also, look at that stranger in the background. I think that's Scuba Steve Diker just kind of moseying about.
Couple big trip 20s there from Patrick.
And a decent answer there for the 5 marks back, as we've seen them in a 2019 battle before, and shaping up to potentially be like that one again. Let's see where Ben's first start lies, as it will dictate where the rest have to go. He's thinking about going up or staying down. He's looking up now. Kind of second guess himself because of the position and the fact that they do have a pretty significant point advantage. But I'm going to have to agree with him on his decision to stay up there. Take the safer shot. Let the A go back, and Patrick in this case shoot at all the other stuff there and just kind of anchor your position down. Because look at this. Matt hitting a big 6 mark there to regain that point advantage.
Big hit there for Matt as they're able to get in the lead 152 and 120 here. Patrick really would have liked to find a triple there. Fortunately, did not. Tiny. 3 Fats could take advantage here.
Gonna look up now. Oh, no, he's staying down. I wonder if he's going to regret that decision making there, needing to all hit 2 marks to close, only throwing 1 dart up atop. It depends on how bad Ben makes it hurt here. Needs a triple.
Does find it.
Well-placed start there. You have to imagine the 20s are going to go away here, because it's just a 2 mark needed from Matt. Going back down to those 19s for 1 more. And a well-thrown 5 mark there, doing exactly what he needed to do in that situation. Get the 20 shut down, establish a playground, and continue your point advantage.
Oh, that certainly looked like it was in. No register. No, it registered as a single 1. Wow. Unlucky break possibly there for Patrick, but to find out. Does Tiny go ahead and attack the 18s? I certainly would.
And now he's free reign to do whatever he wants.
Oh! Does convert the 6 on the 19s, extends that lead.
160-point difference. It means that it doesn't matter if a bed is done here.
Yeah, that's a very difficult deal because even if you hit a 9 mark on those 18s, it's only 162. So you're only up by 2 points. I mean, that is a very, you know, do I bang 2 and possibly look at another house, or do I stay right there? And yeah, it's one of those factors. What do you do? Or maybe even a close on the 19s if you hit 2.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly opportunities to raise the aggression, especially when you start looking at those significant point deficits.
Speaking of, I know a gentleman behind me probably would have taken a stab at those 19s being down in points. I definitely think Chris Lim would have went 2 trip 18s down to the 19s for sure. As we get Kathleen Lim in the chat, speaking of.
Funny enough timing.
Come get your man.
Tiny not capitalizing, giving the opportunity now for Boom Shakalaka to kind of get back in this.
Mark on the 17s, but Matt needs to take that number away.
And this one you definitely have to attack right at it. Keep that higher level. Keeping those 19s versus a 16 or 15 sounds like a way more enticing opportunity.
Kelly letting us know Hanish is playing Jules to be a fly on the wall. Might have to just find that match just for kicks and giggles. Maybe I'll go film it with my camera just to show Mr. Hanish later.
Absolutely.
Patrick searching for the 15s now. He took a chance at the 16s, wasn't happy with that first look.
And unfortunately for the Super Darts team right now, they're just not hitting quite to the caliber that they would like to hit. It's just one of those things where sometimes you're feeling it, sometimes you're not, and unfortunately right now it seems like a little bit of a cool air moment. Great 5 mark there from Tiny, getting that second number on the board and expanding that point advantage all the bit more.
Not the best of rounds there for Ben. I think he would have wanted that one back, but Wisconsinites looking to advance on into the next match versus Zach and Cage. Or Zach Hunter and Keith Galloway.
I mean, of course, none of these players want to be out of this event so early. But then again, on the other fact, if there's a location to get knocked out of an event early, Vegas is not too bad a one to be in.
Not too bad. I mean, you definitely want to come home with some Skrilla, but you can also go home with some Skrilla if you go gamble a little bit too. So we don't condone gambling. Do not, if you are struggling with gambling addiction, go ahead and
please call 1-800-don't-gamble-too-much.com.
Tiny and Matt, go ahead and win that one, and we'll advance on to the next round. But for us, we do have a couple matches on. We're going to go ahead and take a peek here, as it looks like we've got this ladies matchup. And just to be safe, we want to see what's going on here as well. Got a men's matchup. I want to see these ladies there. I know that's a great shot in Jeffrey Johnson, but we just watched some Masters. I think that's a Masters as well. Let's watch these ladies. What do you say?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Taking on over to the Phoenix board. I'm going to go get some information as to who we've got here. And I'll get that as we speak.
Alrighty, folks. Well, it looks like we got our information on which match this is, as well as getting the exact score of the match. But this is going to be a level 15 match. So this doubles cricket event is not a gender-based event. This one is actually just going to be based off combined team stats. So this is doubles cricket level 15. For our Illinois team, we have from Blackhawk Amusement, it's going to be Courtney Thompson and Jennifer Phelps representing Blackhawk Amusement in Illinois. And then representing D&R Star, Minnesota, we got Julie Byers and Holly Schmidt. So this is actually going to be a top 24 match. This one's crucial, because this is to get into the money here. You can kind of see a little bit of a significant lead on one side here as I take a way to pull up the bracket and turn back and see a bunch going on. But yeah, we now know that it is going to be a top 24 match Division 15.
Well, sweet. Well, I did go ahead and snap a picture so we can kind of hopefully get a score line here, potentially. Looks like it's 1-0 in favor of Courtney and Jen. And actually, I mean, they threw pretty well. They threw a 2.76 and a 3-0.
For a Division 15 match, to throw those numbers is insane on a statistical advantage point of view.
Love you guys, man. Doing a good job.
Oh, look at that. They're fighting back on those 19s. Trying to make up for the lack of number advantage here by pounding away.
Kathleen, if you could tell your wonderful husband to quit harassing us, that would be great. Thank you. He does say hello, by the way.
He's all right. Well, do we know which team is which?
That's a great question there, buddy. I didn't ask that question. Let's see if we can find a team name on here. I don't think there is. That's
we got Are We Drunk Yet shirts going up against.
I love that Are We Drunk Yet shirt. I mean, honestly. I'll go find that in case unless anybody knows in the chat. Janelle asking about the Gates Ram Porky Garrett match. We're not having any control of the matches that come our way. The tournament staff's taking care of that for us. If we try to get involved, it's a little bit of a cluster situation. It's just too much going on and too much running up there. But
Will and I do a lot of different things. We wear many different hats. Tournament directors is not one of them. So we kind of let them make the decisions and the calls that they need to do here. But as we said before, we're really loving seeing the variety of content today.
Holly's team is the Are You Drunk shirts as we get a little help from David. Appreciate that.
Well, thank you so much for that one.
Yeah, we knew that you folks could help us out with that one because Unfortunately, it's impossible for us to know everybody. There's so many new people involved in NDA. There's some new faces, and yeah, we know a good amount of people, but there's always going to be a few that we don't. So
well, it's also, I mean, think about how tight-knit the dart community is. We're showing a Division 15 match room, and people are normally expecting us to show higher levels. Someone immediately recognizes, hey, I know this person. I know this person. Here's all the details. Like,
exactly.
That's really cool to see.
It goes to show you that, you know, it's good to have a good mix. And yeah, don't get me wrong. We love seeing those elites play, but got a long week of action here, so we'll see. We'll see. Lots of time for more individuals to come our way.
Let's see here. With that 3-number advantage, I think you can safely take a look at those 19s pretty early on here. Especially because you have to realize when you're going for the different levels of play. Oh, that was a huge last start. When you're going for the different levels of play, you can pressure the opponents a lot more. You don't need to go for the 9-dart lead, as we say. The simple fact of the matter is you can apply pressure a lot more thoroughly and trust that you can get away with some of the more aggressive shots.
How does she attack this one? More points on the board. Just a single scored there, but that's okay. Still got the 3-point advantage with a couple houses as well, so. She did take her shot there at the 17s. A little Matt Graff action going on there with the kind of flick of the wrist she's got there.
Exactly. Look at the flick of the wrist.
Okay, Nick.
Can you tell it's been a long day? I think one of my favorite differences in stratagems between the upper echelon to the other divisions that we'll see here is the fact that neighbors are way more important than they are. When you're looking at Masters levels and you're looking at your 5-0 guys, you're going to expect them to hit whatever, whenever. Vice versa, having a region of the board, if you have the 19s, then going up and opening 17s or 16s immediately after, might be a smarter move than going after a close, just simply because it gives you a bigger area to work with and makes it more forgiving on misses. Well said, Nick. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Great job, Nick. Complimenting yourself there.
Well, let's see what Courtney and Jen can do here. So starting to get more and more evened out as we see these last couple tournaments play out. It goes from a 3-number opening versus a big point lead to now both of the scores getting pretty similar, and both of the amounts of numbers open versus close is getting tighter and tighter.
Have you done the opening mug of the day yet? Walk out there, I'll make you.
Oh, man. Nice to see these ladies having a laugh here in the middle of this match. After all, we're playing this game to have fun, so.
Fun's what it's all about.
Exactly.
I'm glad that they're all having a lot of fun there because, I mean, seriously, that's what makes tournaments like this memorable. My favorite memories are not the big wins, but the laughs and memories shared in between with the friends I made along the way.
The moments in between, yeah. The ups, the downs, and everything along the way.
Exactly.
Skinny saying, I'm looking at the round limit for a round out for the win. I mean, we're round 15 of 25 here. I mean, could be the case. You can't point that, like, X that out yet. That's a certainty.
It depends. I mean, right now we're seeing a pretty passive-aggressive approach to the stratagem of this match. We'll see if that changes up as it gets closer here. And look at that. We're seeing some closes. 20s are gone. Now it's just 19s versus 18s and only a 15-point difference. And Byers and Schmidt here trying to do some damage. Now down to a 3-point game.
Yeah, getting a little gritty here. Like we said in the last leg, it was a 2-7 and a 3-0 from Courtney and Jim that won the leg. So really that was an impressive margin. We're not seeing that quite in this leg, but this is a level 15 match. I mean, you're not going to expect that every go around, or else they'd be in level like 6 or higher.
Exactly. It comes down to a situation of how often can you pull out those big games?
Good triple there with the last dart. Pushes them into an extended lead.
And what an answer right there. 4 bucks right back to you. Keeping them within a 20-point difference here. But 20 points being significant, meaning that you need to get 2 singles before having that advantage.
Once again, we appreciate all you folks joining us on all our platforms. We're rocking about 500 plus. So definitely appreciate you joining us here, especially for supporting this level 15 match. That's good to do. It's supporting those newer players and pushing our game into that further realm.
Listen, Division 15 player today, Masters tomorrow. You never know.
Exactly. I mean, you got to start somewhere. You didn't come out the gates hot and become a professional.
I mean, remember the story of Sean Green when he started. He was a Division 15 player, and now he's a Division 14 player.
Solid, Nick. Solid.
Sick burn.
Hopefully he just heard you and said, man. A tear just dropped from his eye. What did I do? Next year, you never know. Still level 14.
Well, maybe I was wrong, as this round limit, and chat might be right, is going to become a big factor here as we're about to creep in around 20 of 25.
Exactly. I mean, we definitely, I will say, we definitely see more of a round out in these lower levels than in your masters or your upper tiers.
It's something a lot of players sometimes will, and not in this case, but you see people intentionally go for it occasionally. If there's a little bit of a point battle, all of a sudden you're like, okay, well, I'm going to elongate it, especially if you feel hot on a number. I know for a fact whenever we're covering some of those TSC events, we see it a lot over there with the 20-round limit because it's the shorter.
Exactly.
I really do think they need to be staying on the 19s as much as possible here. Only a 2-point advantage. Going at that close is risky just because that mark's already on the 15s and the round is coming to an end here, and this game is going to be done sooner rather than later.
Remember how a round out works. Most points wins.
Absolutely.
So that's the key. If you're not familiar with a round out, most points wins. Doesn't matter the house mark at all.
Yeah, from this point, the only reason you would go for a close is if you hit that 200-point limit, if you go up over 200, or if you can mathematically eliminate them from getting back into the game. That was a great steal on that 15 there, but again, keeping him within 3 points is risky, as now we're on round 22. That was a good 3 mark on the 18 there. See how Courtney and Jen respond. Going for the close here. If she hits it, it might be huge. But she doesn't. This is getting really dicey. If they load up those 18s too much, it might be game over.
Yeah, round 23 of 25 here.
Yeah, they're not going to move off those 18s. 69-point difference. Listen, each team gets 1 shot per player left from this point on. You can see she's trying to get some more of those 18s in. It's now a 68-point difference.
Yeah, just a reminder, folks, there's no need to be disrespectful in our chat. This is a level 15 match. They deserve a little time as well, so let's remember that. It's nice to get some lower level players on and let you know that, you know, if you're just starting out, you can get involved too. So
that was actually a crazy risk on that last start there, hitting the 57 points and then going up to close. If the 18 was hit, there's almost no chance to continue expanding your point lead on this last round here. But now vice versa, and you can see that it slipped out of her hand a little bit. They can expand their point lead on the 18s once again and potentially come out on top. Any 18s help. Not going to be the case. A single mark needed for Courtney and Jen to come out on top.
just double check the score line. And there it is. That will do it as Jen and Courtney win that one, as that is a 2-0 score line in favor of them. So kudos to those ladies.
Yeah, congratulations, as now they have made the money. That was the cutoff match. So now they're guaranteed top 16 in what is a highly contested bracket in a very full dart hall here.
Yeah, no doubt. And it looks like we will have another match coming to our board here in just a moment. I'm going to go ahead and cut to our overhead and maybe search out for a match that looks appetizing, if we can pull it or not. So we're going to do that now. We appreciate you folks joining us for our coverage of NDA Team Dart 2023. And a good day of coverage here, including our Masters finale for Team 01. So make sure to go check out that one later when you get a moment's time, as we're going to go ahead and take a view and look around the room, see if we can pull you a match, like I said, from our overhead view. And there's Mr. Jeffrey Johnson walking up there, Wisconsinite. Doesn't look like we've got any of those upper tier players in. It doesn't even look like we got a match in this section, in all honesty. We got one, couple warming up over there. Let's go ahead and look to our overhead view here. Maybe we can pull one on this side of things. As, yeah, we see Tiny and Matt, who was on the stream just a little while ago. They're over there. That's Zach and Cage, or Keith Galloway, that they're taking on. So Wanted to mention that one. But anyway, we'll keep an eye on our streaming board. We'll go ahead and keep it on a match whenever we kind of see it. I think this one may be the one that we'll have to keep it on for right now to at least have some action. Maybe I'll go see what level this is, but we'll keep an eye on our streaming board. We appreciate you folks joining us for NDA Team Dart 2023. Will Stewart, Nick Dichiria. We'll be right back.
Don't go far, folks, and don't forget,
Alrighty, folks, this is a Wisconsin-Washington matchup in level 6 is what we've got going on here. I do see some Masters level players starting to warm up on our section where our streaming side is, so we will kick it on over there once I see one of those matches kind of kick in gear, but we're waiting on our main streaming board to get some more action coming our way, and then we'll switch on over to there as well. But we'll feature these ladies here, or these this team in the meantime. So we'll give you a little bit better view of that scoreboard there. And zoom out just a touch. So once again, folks, tournament staff is controlling who's coming to our boards. It's kind of tough for us to jump in the middle and interfere because then it's just a cluster. So we are working on getting more over to this board, but you got to remember there's lots of players in the room that are and they're doing their best. So we'll be right back with more action here of our coverage of NDA Team Dart 2023. Once again, thanks for watching. Alrighty, folks, here we go. This is a Masters level. I'm almost sure of that one. I don't think I've got to go out there as Jeffrey Johnson and Gazzo take on Hunter Van Beek and Wes White. I know that you guys will be familiar with this one. There is no denying that, as quality Wisconsinites against quality South Dakotans here in this one. We'll keep it right here in the meantime. Looking at our streaming boards, I think we've got Garrett Rakowski warming up on board number F11, so maybe we'll get Rakowski Porky on that one in a moment. I'll find out now. Thanks for watching, folks. We appreciate it. Why not? Alrighty, guys. Looks like we got a couple matches coming to our streaming board, including some Germans. We've got Sunshine State Santa, Nick Selepic. We also got this great matchup, which is Brett Hollanday and his teammate taking on, I think it's Paul, and then Zach and Keith. Zach Hunter and Keith Galloway of Star City Amusements. So we figured we'd start off here. They look like they're going to be the ones that kind of get going first. They're all at the board ready to go, and then we'll be able to switch on over to the other ones. But Zach Hunter, an up-and-coming player, probably going to be in the CSC Challenger Series that me and you frequently do. We probably shouldn't bring that up anymore, but whatever. Yeah, he's a quality shot. Been going at this for a couple of years now. I think this is his second year at NDA, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe more.
The math checks out there. Zach Hunters is someone that we've got a chance to get to know a little bit, and he's on everybody's radar just off pure ability alone. And he's a tall individual. He's a big boy.
And I wanted to mention we did have Garrett Rakowski warming up the board. He was just warming up. He wasn't.
Yes.
There wasn't a match called. That I don't think that Garrett Gates matchup has been called yet.
Yeah,
so.
no. Garrett came over to give me some critique on my dart form.
Oh. Is that what he did? Huh?
I threw 3 darts, and he's like, "You're kind of good at this." As I hit a 0 mark in cricket.
Well, Garrett knows I'm a little decent because I beat him up in the blind draw one day. So, take that, Garrett.
Well, this should be a good one here. I mean,
no,
the Star City guys know how to play.
And this is why. And you're talking about Division II champ for the CSC and Brett Hollanday, who's I mean, was fantastic throughout that CSC. So I'm thoroughly thinking we're going to have a great matchup here.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, Keith Galloway wearing the Why Not hat with the 9 mark on it. I love that hat so much. It looks like they're getting into the diddle here. All right.
All right, and looks like we're going to get underway here. We had to move our camera up because Zach's so freaking tall.
That he is a well-statured man in comparison to standing next to Brett there. But I guarantee you they're both equally capable dart players. Brett's right around that 5.0 average range. So I think this is going to be a pretty explosive match. I mean, to consider that this is a top 32 bracket match, that's it. I mean, you expect these guys to be pretty far along, so it just shows the level of toughness in this field. Now, I'm not super familiar with the Paul gentleman here, but I'm excited to see what he brings to the table here, Paul Nyberg.
Same. I'm kind of curious as to what he's going to bring to the table, especially teaming up with Brett.
Zach can practically touch the dartboard with how far out he is. He has a full long extension, top of the throw release, pretty traditional form, all things considered.
Finding a nice solid 7 mark there for Brett.
He was able to sneak it in what was a pretty highly contested and high trafficked highway. Keith there, able to answer right back with the 7 mark of his own, though, as we're going to start getting a little bit of a battle going on here.
Oh, no doubt. This is why we decided to give you this matchup first, and looks like we may be just getting underway on our other matches, or one of our other matches.
I will say the team name of Zach Cage sounds like a action movie star if I've ever heard one. Brett Holliday's going to be kind of forced to stay on those 19s, especially with that X already on him. And now Keith here, after getting those 19s, has free reign to do whatever he pleases. Probably going to also try to get those 18s as well. He's going up to the 18s first. I understand the shot, but I do think you need to play a little bit safer, a little bit smarter on the loser side here. So you're going to start on with the easy dart, the most important one. Anything else you hit after that single 19 is extra. But no immediate danger, as Zach is going to be very happy with this board state he's approaching.
Yeah, onto the 17s, up to the 18s. He's got a smooth stroke too, man. Does kind of exaggerate that follow through just a little bit, but
yeah, Brett's not happy with the placement of that last dart, but that is a pretty crucial form market. Keeps the game alive here, even though it doesn't immediately get you advantage. It keeps you from getting into a position where the lead's too far away to come back from.
Keith going for that bowl last start with his why not hat on. See Soldier rep that one every once in a while.
Can you tell the people in the chat that might not understand, why is it important for him to go bowl on that last start?
You know, for me, it's important because he can come back and have a match dart in his hand, really.
Exactly.
But
Having the opportunity is better than not having one. Some people argue that it can be better used in certain places, but it's a show of confidence as much as it is an ability to shorten it by one dart.
yeah, you still got to come up here and hit the next darts, which is difficult. I mean, I would be keen maybe just hit a triple and whatnot, but hey, it is what it is. You know?
Well, that adage of going for the bowl to leave yourself the 7 mark, or excuse me, the 8 mark on the following go around. I mean, that's a strategy I see more commonly in steel tip than I do in soft.
Yeah.
That's because pointing's obviously not as prevalent, and on top of the fact that it's harder to hit those big rounds, so you're not as worried as someone betting a number right behind you.
Well, it gets 3, but Zach just needs 1
Yeah, only
to win this
5.
leg.
Leg number 1 goes to Zach Cage, as Brett and Paul are going to be ready for this next one pretty quickly here. They're just going to have to regroup, orientate themselves, and go right back at it. So I do think the players just realized that they did not have it on split like they were supposed to, so they couldn't get the averages for individual players there. So they might have to take a quick moment here to adjust that.
Yeah, they may get, or they may just go on and say, oops, sorry, didn't have that happen.
Ask for forgiveness approach.
Yeah. Every once in a while, mistakes do happen. It's quite all right.
Great last there, dart there from Hollanday.
Can't get over it. I'm infatuated with that motion there. Definitely solid. You gotta think where he's at too. I mean, Houston's a good area. There's some quality shots in there, and just like the likes of Wisconsin or Minnesota, I mean, there's some quality shots littered in there. It's tough to get better when you're not, you know, playing those elites every time, you know.
If you're not playing the best in the room, it's going to be hard for you to get better, exactly like you said. It's one of those experiences that is just crucial. I mean, that's how you can see the gentlemen of Kenny Doyle and Nick Selpic right there, and those are people that I played with, and that helped me improve my own dart game over time. And it just shows you learn from the people around you and the environment you're in.
Got a question on here that says, why do they need the averages? Well, there's actually some decisions that are made. I mean, it's there for sandbagging purposes, but it's also there to establish Team USA for international challenge for the next year as well. So it's pretty big to have that one happen, as this year's teams should be a pretty good team.
It's more so important, not necessarily as much in the Masters level as it is in the bracketed or the flighted levels per se. The flighted levels are a little bit more important for that, just to make sure that everyone's kind of relatively where they belong. Keith here going to be shooting those 18s all day, and then some.
Over to the 20 with the last.
Brett's not going to waste any time here.
Yeah, going to work. I figured he would find that trip 17 there with that last dart. I mean, he was just, you can't express how dominant Brett was in that season of CSC that we just got done with. I mean, just recently seeing that match between, oh, I forget who it is, because Jeremiah Berger, there we go. I mean, yeah.
He's relentless.
Just relentless. Exactly. But going to need some help from Paul in this one. And possibly Keith could have a look at stealing an advantage here.
Yeah, those 20s have to go.
Yeah, needs one more there. Now he can take a look. Big darts as he takes out that double 20.
He came in there with a game plan in mind, said, I'm staying at the 16s for the first two no matter what, and executed flawlessly and shows some of the grit and determination that the Star City players are known for. Hyundai shakes his head at that 6 mark because he knows it only ties the score, giving Zach Hunter the option to take it here.
Look at Zach. Big trip 16, big trip 15, 6 marks handy.
Yeah, this is some intense stuff going on as Zach and Keith were able to turn it on at the right time here. And all of a sudden kind of flip the tables in a match where they were kind of behind a little bit in this leg. But if they win it here, that's 2 straight. And Brett and Paul are going home for the day.
Yeah, 3 needed. Finds 2.
Hollanday here is hoping for nothing short of a miracle to come out alive. You gotta give an A for effort. That was a beautiful 5 bowls there.
It was. Gives him that subtle advantage, but almost too little too late, you feel. We'll see. Zach Hunter, Keith Galloway do win the match and will advance. I mean, we'll see. That could be a tough team. We'll find out. But how about we head on over to our board number F11, as we've got your Sunshine Boys here, Nick and Kenny, in effect, huh?
Sunshine Boys is actually the name of the choir they were a part of.
The choir, huh? Well, hold on. We might have a special guest here. Let me see.
It doesn't matter to me.
Alrighty, well, I'm joined by a special guest here, the one, the only, Ryan George in the booth with me here. How you doing, bud?
I'm good, bud. I don't know if I would say the one and the only. I'm more infamous, I suppose, than anything else. But, no, I'm here, bud. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to finally get to meet you guys and shake a hand and put more than just a voice or a picture of a face to an actual face. So, out here enjoying Vegas.
Well, now that we're hearing your voice on the USA Darts live stream here, can you tell people a little bit about what you do in the darts community?
So basically, I've got a couple different things I handle. I handle lead design over at X1 Elite with Brandon Kessler. I've kind of taken that role on in the last 6 months, kind of getting with customers, getting jerseys pumped out into the world, and then been helping Jeremiah Millar and Brandon with Next Gen Darts, helping with their social media and some stuff like that. Now we're getting ready to go into some web building and some page building and stuff like that. And then I'm the guy who does the chit-chat commentary with Cincy Event Streaming out of Cincinnati. So,
well, it's exciting to have you here in the booth with us.
I'm kind of in awe right now, so I might take a minute to settle into it, because I mean, this is like, I've gotten the chance to hang out with Sean and the guys on the Siege, and I've hung out with BDG. You know, I did a motto with him, and now I'm hanging out with USA Darts, and that's checking another one off the list.
Well, a world traveler in the darts community right now. We're super excited to have you here with us. To give a little bit of an idea of what we're watching right here, this is going to be a top 32 losers side match in the Masters Doubles Cricket. C&M Darts is from Florida, represented by Kenny Doyle and Nick Selpek. And then on the other end, Darts Are Fun from California, Dave Larson and Robert Dixon. I'm not sure exactly if this is the first or second leg. I'm going to presume it's the second leg, given the caliber of these talents here, or maybe even the third leg.
It's kind of fun to get a chance to see Kenny Doyle in actual. This is the first time I've been in person with Kenny since through the CSC and stuff like that, watching and getting the actual chance to, more than just see him on a monitor. I've actually stood, 10 or 15 feet away from him and watched him play and watched him go through his process, and he's just as impressive on live as he is on the monitor. So.
Yeah. Well, it's one of the cool things, right? You get to see these people online, these personalities. I know for a fact I always am following your posts and what's going on, or tuning into the shows one way or the other. And so, like, actually get a chance to meet the person and put a face to the name is
no, absolutely, absolutely. No, it's darts. I always joke with darts is it's like a giant family reunion. You know what I mean? You get to gather all those people up in one place, and there's legitimate celebrities that walk amongst us, and then there's us common folk that are here to play darts too. But but no, it's fun, and I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to be in Vegas. I brought the wife this year, and it's a vacation with darts and the Dart family, and now I'm getting to hang out with y'all and watch Kenny Doyle and these guys, some of the best around, get it done on a dartboard.
Of course, even though I'm here to work, it does feel like a vacation, as well as the amenities here at the Westgate Resort and Casino that are hosting us for this event have been phenomenal. And, of course, the weather's been real nice in Vegas. It's been a nice little cool breeze, not too hot.
Perfect. It's perfect. I know some people will sit there and tell you that they want the 95 degrees and stuff like that. I'm like, no, you don't. This mid-70s gentle breeze out there is perfect.
I was thinking of the comedian John Panette. It's a dry heat, Mr. Panette. It's a dry heat.
That's right. Oh, yeah. I'll say 2 years ago, post-COVID, we had it in June. And it was like 115 one of the days we were here.
Yep.
Literally melted a pair of hey dudes smooth on their soles walking on the concrete. So.
All right, so I just got a little update on our score line here, as it's 1-0 right now with Kenny Doyle and Nick Selpek up. But it looks like it's going to be 1-1 here in just a moment, depending on what happens in these next few darts.
Fighting to stay relevant in that 18.
Yeah, a little risky going for that bull in the last dart here, although there's no out darts in hand. You can really make this hurt if Selpek hits it well.
Oh, no.
Very uncharacteristic of him to miss almost all three there.
Yeah, definitely. I know Nick and Kenny throw a lot together, and you often associate Kenny with Nick and Nick with Kenny, but also with winning. So go up there expecting to see probably 4 or 5 on a visit from him isn't that uncommon.
Yeah, it looks like in the first round, Doyle and Selipek got bested by the team of Kyle Evans and Mark Evans from California, and they've been fighting through the loser's side ever since that first round here. So, I mean, that's a tough position to find yourself in, but it's one that we're not used to seeing from these players, as you said.
Yeah, these guys are all capable of putting up big numbers. Some of them we've seen them do it, CSC and other places, but some of these guys may be a little less known, a little less traveled, but you can't doubt. I mean, they're all in these Masters division for a reason. These guys are all absolutely talented.
Yeah, I'm willing to put money on the fact that any of these players in Masters could beat me on the dartboard.
I'm better off just waving them, acknowledging their presence from afar, and calling it a day, because me putting 2 darts together right now is kind of like trying to remember to breathe, so it's been a struggle.
Well, still no outshot for the Florida boys here, but they have elongated this leg a little longer than the other team would have liked to see.
I know he wants bowls, but at some point he's going to have to figure out how to start taking some of the leg away here, or else they're going to, they need a chance of having 3 darts in hand to close up the leg, but with 3 wedges open.
It's going to be one of those danged if you do, danged if you don't moments, but finding that trip 15 with ease, going over to the bull now to take this leg here. He has the opportunity to stay with the 3-number advantage.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Did not expect that miss. Not at all.
Yeah, especially because that 3rd dart looked like it was right on track. He kind of caught the wrong side of the barrel and got dragged down with it. Kenny does have a look of determination and focus right now. He's trying to ease his way into that double, but he's pretty much blocked himself out of it. I'd be surprised if he can make that work.
Back at that bull. It looks like he's eyeballing it. Yep, lights off the edge. This might be the most human I've ever seen Kenny Doyle ever be. And they continue to go after that.
Well, now it's a 1-all score line here, as we're going to see a diddle for the middle here. Now, Ryan, I want to ask you something else here.
Sure, Bob.
Sean Green refers to you as his best friends. You guys are really close. Can you just give us some things that Sean doesn't talk about in public, like some dirty laundry, some secrets?
Oh, could we ever?
Here for us?
Could we ever? No, Sean has been a great best friend. He's been a great support system. Whenever I have random weird thoughts or ideas, or I want somebody else to be my sounding board, it's usually Sean. So, no, he's a goofy guy. God love him, because I do. But only dirty laundry I've got on him is the DoorDash tab is always remarkably high. He's not a cheap date, but other than that,
he's first.
What now?
I was going to say, you heard it here first. Don't stick yourself with the tab if Sean Green's at the dinner table.
Right. Yeah, no, Sean's amazing. He's always helped me out, always taken care of me whenever I've needed somebody to talk to or chit-chat. He's been a constant support. But it's kind of the dart community in a nutshell. I met all the guys out of Indianapolis with not just Sean, but Tim and Jason and Keegan, and those guys have all been quick, fast family. So it's kind of one of those things where the small country kid that's not so small around the edges can show up and be brought in and considered a friend and stuff like that. So
yeah, and one of the other things you can give some insight on is, because I can tell you about how well the Florida players are or are not doing. From the Ohio Indy area that you are, they seem to be representing really well. Would you agree with that?
There's a lot of talent. I think we actually do ourselves a little bit of a disservice by hiding away some of our talent sometimes. There's the ones but there's the ones like George Daniels, and, and Lee Jones, and Mac Feely, and
absolutely.
But there are still, from the Trevor Sellers to the Jacob Cooks to there's just so many talented. And down in Cincinnati, there's so much talent. You got Nick Lindbergh down there, Kerry Thaxton's down there, Ben Belts. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. So, but the Midwest has been showing up. I think you're starting to see more players willing to travel. There's some of those, Booyah Cup and DPFL and stuff like that, and what the CDC is doing is starting to attract more and more North American darters, bringing them out of the woodwork, bringing them onto the scene versus just being a local Am Legion player to being somebody who's willing to travel around and and really put darts in North America on the map.
I couldn't agree more with that one, as darts seems to be trending in the right direction for North America. One of the other Cincinnati questions we get the most is, what's the deal with the whole chili on spaghetti thing? Can you just walk us through that one? So, not being from Cincinnati, I can't ever give you the full fabled story, but I will tell you that there's few things better in this earth than a Skyline or a Dixie chili coney dog with mustard and onions, or a 5-way to feed you at 2 o'clock in the morning when you're real hungry after a dart tournament. Well, there you go.
So, that, and they put cinnamon in the chili. That's a Cincinnati
little
thing.
extra secret in there.
Yeah, cinnamon and chili, which is new to me, but I'm here for it.
Well, look at this here, as we just saw a big 9 mark from the Florida boys. Kenny Doyle throwing that one, responding right back with a 7 mark for the California team. Let's see how Nick approaches the situation here. He has the point lead. He has the opportunity to move at any point here. I'm going to be honest here, that dart at the 18, for the caliber that Nick is at, it seemed like it was a pretty decent ways off from his normal self.
Yeah, I mean, for Nick, that's a soft effort. I don't think that he really got into that, and then I think he let the frustration show through, coming back down on the 3rd dart and leaving it in the 2. It's almost that question where if you wonder if you stay there and take a shot at the trip to close, or if you should have just stayed there the whole way.
Well, it's not going to matter too much here, as they only hit a 1 mark behind, giving Kenny a great chance here to do some serious damage.
No, they've kind of left themselves in the hands of Kenny Doyle here, and if there's anybody that can make it hurt, it's going to be Kenny.
I will say Kenny has not been 100% this week so far from what I've seen in his form.
Okay.
What I have seen is moments of greatness, but he's usually an entirety of greatness, not just a moment.
I mean, he's Kenny Doyle.
Yeah. So I don't know what's going on there, but on the other end, Nick Slepik, that has the last few years been what he would openly admit is a slump, is now quite the opposite, and he's been playing great this whole week.
Well, that's kind of, I guess, the balance of having, these doubles competitions. When one partner finds his way, one partner may fall, and then, it's the other's job to pick one up, and the back and forth and the chemistry between the two.
Yeah, the yin balances the yang, as they say.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And these two have thrown plenty of darts together, so I'm sure Nick knows when Kenny's feeling himself, and I'm sure Kenny knows when to step up, take a deep breath, and know that Nick's going to have his back the whole way.
Well, he definitely had his back there. That was a huge 7 mark and a dagger on those 15s that puts the Florida boys 3 bowls away from taking this one.
And at this point, I think you hate to say it, but you start to feel like it's a foregone conclusion when you're giving Kenny Doyle 3 darts at 3 bullseyes.
I'm going to have to agree with you there, Ryan, as it looks to be the case. 1 more to go. And as it was easy as pie, I mean, he taps it right in there, and they're shaking hands. But that will do it for those guys. Doyle and Slepik winning 2-1 there against Dixon and Larson.
Man, you look at those numbers. I think it's a tale of two cities, 2 pair of 5s matched with a 4-2-5, but an unfortunate 2.
Well, it looks like we might have another match here as we're going to get set up to go. So we're going to figure out some information about these gentlemen here. I just want to say a quick moment. Thank you all for tuning in and supporting us here at USA Darts. I am Nick Dichiria, currently joined by special guests Ryan George. And then we got Will the Legend Stuart in the background here for NDA Team Dart 2023.
Wow. And that looks like Kalen Doyle. I believe his name's Kalen.
Could be the case.
Yeah, that's Nick.
Yeah, Mike Brooks and Rick Scarberry going up against Daniel Klaus and Sasha Schreinder. So we got one of those DSAB teams. I got a chance to talk with one of the directors for the DSAB for all those German players. They got over 90 players in this year for NDA, 120 Germans in total with the crew and posse alike.
That's a lot of Germans in one place at one time.
Yeah, it is. Well, and if you're looking for them, you should look towards the finals boards, as they've been doing some work in each level. Our Team 501, 3 of the top 4 teams were the German teams.
Wow. The Germans came to Vegas to prove a point.
So right now it is 1-0 in the favor of Rick Scarberry and Mike Brooks from Ohio, representing City Amusement Enterprises.
We'll say Rick, a Super Dart sponsored player. Appreciate you.
I like how we have a little bit of a casual look from the German team here, just rocking a t-shirt and a hat, just saying, you know what, I'm relaxed right now.
And those are the guys that should scare you. Because if you think about it, you know, this is a quiet guy or gal that walks up, t-shirt, jeans or whatnot, looking real unsuspecting and real calm, and then all of a sudden you're 3 wedges and 150 points down, and you're wondering where it all went wrong.
That I can agree with. Some sleeper agents in the mix here, as it looks like it's going to be leading towards a 1-all affair, as Brooks and Scarberry are falling behind in this leg here. I like the very methodical form here from this player. Just very slow, takes their time, keeps that elbow level. Has a little bit of an arch there when you can see it. Has a very sharp angle that the dart flies at.
Rick finding himself trailing 50 points here and kind of out of room here, running out of road.
Exactly. 6 bulls will get that point lead back, but that's a big ask for any player.
Dangerously close to pushing this to 1 apiece.
And he's just going to have to attack those bulls. He wanted to go for the closes, especially with 2 of them being the only singles needed. But it's too big of a risk to take in the situation. I'd rather gamble on them missing the bulls than hitting them with the only darts they have left.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you're not gonna find yourself falling into splashing into a number that you need off of the bull, as his dart is very direct and very accurate, as he hits a hat trick to take it to 1 apiece.
Now it's time to see our diddle here, as this is getting a little bit dicey for these guys. We see, even though we came in with Brooks and Scarberry with that 1-game lead, it was complete control from the DSAB German team here of Klaus and Schreinder.
Absolutely. As you see, what, a 5-6, a 3-8, a 4, and a 4.5 across the board respectively. So, you know, it's not a bad match from the low guy on the totem pole is at 3-8.
Sorry there, as I hit the wrong bullseye button there. Let's take a close look at this diddle here.
I still giggle that we're throwing on valley boards. It looks like he's a couple dots inside the outer edge, but he's in the bottom of the bowl, so Rick looking to sit one down on top of it.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Can take full advantage of that dart.
And doesn't. Oh, no.
A little frustration there as the emotions are running high. The winner of this will get to play the team of Evans and Evans, which of course we talked about earlier, beat Doyle and Selpic in the first round.
Yeah. And I guess I should stand corrected. We're on a Radikal board, not a valley board. It looked like a valley with that blue base plate. It made me think it was going to be a valley.
Yeah, it's definitely a little strange here to not see the valley boards, as I've always been to NDA and seen a couple hanging around, but these Radikal boards are definitely very cool to play on, as they feel just so different than what you were typically used to, and what I have in my neck of the woods, which is usually just arachnids.
Well, yeah, that's where I'm at. I have nothing. We have nothing but arachnids, somewhere between a 2.5 or the fire boards or whatnot. But I love the Radikal boards. They kind of look like spaceships. But then the Phoenix boards are unique in their own way. And then they've got that double monitor touchscreen Phoenix up there that'll. Someone told me runs you close to 10 grand. So you know, if anybody wants to buy, anybody wants to give me something for Christmas,
They're a
I'd
nice
take
piece of equipment there. You can see Brooks getting upset with himself there, only hitting that 3 mark and giving the German team a huge opportunity. They're going to go right at those 18s here and have free reign to kind of keep running along. You can see him actually take a moment to look at the board here. He's asking his teammate, hey, what's going on here? He's trying to get used to what they're looking at here.
And my phone currently blowing up.
Well, it's all your fans.
No, well, we know that's not true. I love you for it, but we know that's not true.
Well, look at that 8 mark there. 4 numbers up, no points scored. This is not the position that Brooks and Scarberry want to be in.
No, this third leg got out of hand real fast.
But we do find a 9.
Now you start to worry. Yes, they have 4 wedges, but can they stand their ground and start pointing in those wedges before you can take them away? And that kind of answers that.
The fact that they're 4 numbers down means you're going to be relegated entirely to shooting the 15s, and at some point you're going to take a stab working your way down from big numbers to small numbers here. But you have to hit that first start triple before you can think about anything else. He opts to stay there. I think after shooting the 4 mark, you have to take a risk at some point. You have to get it within a 3-number difference. You have to be able to come back within 1 round.
Yeah, you can't give them 4 wedges to sit and just remain comfortable in, and then really at any point he gets close and points, they can start taking, like right now he can take a clean shot because you're down 4 beds, so chipping away 1 at a time isn't a big deal. Well, you know, Rick knowing they're in absolute control of the board. He needs a 9.
They need a couple of 9s at this point. He did shoot those 15s really well last go around, hit 9 of them.
Might have that blocked up. Finds 1 more.
But again, with that 45-point difference is the only thing holding them off. The German team can actually just go right at those 15s with that 4-number difference if they feel comfortable doing so. But it looks like they're going a little safer, but now they're definitely going right at those 15s.
Yeah. You're about to see the 15s go away real quick, like. And gone.
Well, now it's all but certain as the Ohio gentlemen here, Brooks and Scarberry, are looking for any sign of life left in this match.
So they need to find every bull they can find and find it now. It's not going to be, it's over.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you there, Ryan.
He finds 3, but 3 just technically isn't enough.
Especially because they're not forcing them to throw in extra dirt at the points here. 1 more bull needed.
So direct and such a short stroke, but so accurate.
Well, it was definitely accurate enough for that one, as it's a 2-1 victory for Klaus and Schneider, going up against Evan and Evans next in that top 24 match. And Brooks and Scarberry, unfortunately, bidding adieu in our bracket here.
With a casual 5-6-7 and a 5-3-3 to a 3-3-3 and a 7. Holy cow.
Yeah, that the definition of some Masters players here. I think we're taking a look for our next match, but we might have a little bit of a hold here. But I do want to thank Ryan George for joining me in the booth here and having a little bit of a chat with me about some darts.
Pleasure to be here. Absolutely just stoked to be here, guys. Again, thank you for letting me stare at your setup and just look at all the little bells and whistles moving, and then get to hang out and chit-chat with all the people that are your fans, you know what I mean? So, absolute pleasure to be here.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you. So it looks like we're going to have a little bit of time before the, look at that, some people noticing that we have the camera on over there, giving us a little bit of a wave. But yeah, we'll have a little bit of a break here, a little bit of a reprieve. Of course, I am Dichiria, just recently joined by Ryan George, and of course, Will Stewart. As soon as we get that next match up and running, we'll bring the action right back to you. But in the meantime, let's look at the best hair cam of today. As we got... Look at that. That's we got Danny Jansen at home energy if I've ever seen one.
Oh, man.
Oh, he's looking right at us. No one tell him.
When is there someone in earshot that's actually watching the stream that can tap him on the shoulder and tell him to wave?
I see some people giving some points.
Now you got to find Patrick McGinnis and get him on there because Patrick's Derek Shepard-like hair will get anybody.
That's awesome.
That's fantastic.
Look at that. Look at that. That's awesome. Well, folks, if you're looking for the hairdo of the day, tune in for our cam as we get a little bit of a wave there. So, best hairdo of the day. Goes out to that gentleman
there it
right
is,
there.
the stash to go with it.
All right, folks, we'll be right back. Don't go far as the next match will be here soon. And in the meantime, enjoy our hair cam.
Take care, y'all.
Oh, this headset's the most uncomfortable thing ever.
Yeah, BDG had it.
Well, everyone, I told you not to go far as we're back in the action here. I am Nick Dichiria, joined by Will Stuart. And we're covering more of our Masters division here of the doubles cricket here at Team Dart NDA 2023 over in Las Vegas, Nevada. Shout out to Westgate Resort and Casino for having us here, as we're super excited to be bringing you this coverage. We started nice and early today at 12 o'clock Pacific. I've been going ever since, with only about an hour break there in the middle between events. It's been a lot of fun here covering everybody and getting a chance to know all these great players that have come across our dartboard here. You can see this battle's going nice and quick here.
We got Jermaine here, huh? In the mix from Ohio. Let's go ahead and turn on our board sounds there as we make the adjustment. Hey, how about that? How about Ryan George joining us? That's a good combo there. Enjoyed that. What do you say, Nick?
Yeah, it was fantastic. I mean, I love having conversations and getting to know different people here. And Ryan George, of course, has some great insights on the darts community, as he does a lot in the scene as well. Now, to give us a little bit of information about what we are looking at here, this is going to be a top 32 match on the loser side. Representing Ohio is team main event, David Scott and Jermaine Kirkendall, going up against one of our DSAB German teams here, Simon Heinz and Simon Tomler. So, super great battle taking place here on the dartboard. And the Ohio boys are looking strong at the moment. Jermaine, of course, known as Main Events, and he is a funny character. One of those players I actually got to meet a couple of times over in Florida when he is in town, and he is always a riot and someone that'll get you to laugh.
It's definitely a quality shot as well, because he's doing work there. Just that scoreboard there is. Well, we had the best hair of the day, but we got maybe the best stash of the tournament here.
Well, Stash's hair was not. And that was a big single on that last one. I know he's not happy with only a teamwork, but it's exactly what you need there. A team main event, if they did not get that, would have been so frustrated, as it would have given the opportunity right back to the DSAB team.
Goes and closes the 19s first, and then onto the Bulls. So up to Maine to go ahead and hit 3 Bulls here to close this out.
Taking his time, getting the composure. He's one of those fiery players, one of those big personalities, big dumps of emotion, and I personally love that style of play, and I'm very much the same.
It's definitely an unfortunate round, though, there for him, as the German team of Trommler and Heinz could potentially put this away here.
Look at Trommler here. Look at him go.
Needs just the one and gets it. 1-0.
Yeah, that was a huge shot from Trommler there. Yeah, that's going to be Simon Trommler doing some work as it is going into our next leg here of our best of 3 format.
Here's Sugar Shane Johnson popping his head in there. Wonder if we're going to be seeing one of his matches. It looks like it is. Look like he's warming up on F11.
Our poor cameras can't handle that ugly mug, let me tell you.
I was about to say, I don't know about that one.
You know, I came up to Sugar Shane when I first saw him here, and I said, I'm mad at you. He's like, what'd I do? What'd I do? And I was like, I picked you to do well. I said, this is the year of Sugar Shane, and this is how you treat me? I better see a trophy in those hands.
Oh my goodness. Sugar rocking the USA Darts hat, which we love to see.
All right, I guess he has some brownie points back.
Yeah, there you go. If you're happen to be in the venue and want a USA Darts hat or jersey, head on over to Magic Wear booth. Grab yourself one. Still some available.
Well, we also have them on the website, right? On usadarts.live.
Yep, you can grab some off the website. Also check out our live streaming schedule and more.
Yeah, first time we put on a USA Darts hat, I felt like wearing a hat again for the first time. Jermaine with a nice solid 7 mark open there, going for that very aggressive 2019 switch.
Big trip 18. And another. Slides it right through the uprights.
Hines did find it there with ease. Applying pressure right back and not getting scared off by the 7 mark open. David seems to be struggling a little bit here. And it's one of those things of, if you can get going, it's going to be scary to see what happens. Kirkendall stepping up.
Yeah, tried his luck at the 18s there. Had some more points, unable to find it, so there is Steve Hilger and Garrett Rakowski behind these gentlemen over on the Phoenix board, warming up.
Aggressive shot from main event there, but it's kind of what he has to do in that situation. Apply, force them to basically hit a 7 mark, right? They have to not only close a number, but get a point lead and then go for the close if they want to really snap back and take advantage of the opportunity. But don't put it past them.
Looks like they're just getting underway on, well, all our boards. We've got matches on every one. The Radikal and the Phoenix now. Who's that, Jacob Battlefield?
What a good last dart there. Sorry to cut you off there, Will, but that
no.
was a phenomenally timed 9 mark.
It deserves it. I mean, that's a big, big 9 there, as he now makes it 105 to 59, and main event's going to have to find a new number.
And David, again, last go-around only finding a 1 mark, now coming to the board state with a very unfortunate position. You can see the frustration starting to seep in. But that's exactly why that risk for main event. I understand that he had to close the 18s there, but it gave him the opportunity to do some damage, and it really hurt.
Jeff McMahon saying, good evening, gentlemen. Enjoying my Saturday night watching some NDA action in Vegas.
Well, look at that, as it looks like the German teams come out on top in style there. Trumler and Hines played a great
6.75.
I can't even count that high.
Like, get out of here. Yeah, good stuff. And you can see, you know, Maine is definitely one of those guys that if you earn it, he's going to give you exactly. And every time he does, he's a great sportsman.
I will say the one thing I'm happiest to see right now is the sportsmanship in our stream area. We have not had any incidents, knock on wood, and of course Sugar Shane could change that hot streak for us instantly. But no, there's been nothing but handshakes, laughs, high fives, and good vibes over in our stream area here, as it looks like we're going to be jumping right into our next go around here. Sugar Shane Johnson is who you just saw there.
Yeah, Jake Adelfinger here, I do believe, won that on-site qualifier at the Booyah Cup. Throwing very well to do that one, honestly.
Yeah, if you look at that field, oh boy, getting in there is just an honor alone. But this is going to be a top 24 match here. So it's going to be Shane Johnson and Daryl Niken representing Minnesota area. And then Eric Ludke and Jake Adelfinger for Perry State Gaming.
Oh, good old Eric Ludke, huh?
Ludke, of course, played on a couple of streams of ours in the past. Pretty good shot in his own right. His partner there, Jake Adelfinger, rocking that USA Darts hat as well.
Yeah, I love that. Love the support from these gentlemen.
Yeah, it's actually proven scientifically that if you wear a USA Darts hat, we are bound to shout out your name at least one extra time. But Shane here, let's see what happens to this position. Look at that. Great shot on those 18s. Back over to the 19s and a well-shot 6 mark there.
Eyes on the 17 here. Does get it. And another 7 mark there for him. Not enough to gain the lead. There we go. Does he go ahead and take the look at the 17s early or not? He will not. He's taking a look at the 19s, and unfortunately, 2 darts on the outside, but does find it with the third. 342 plays 276 now.
Ludke, if he gets that 6 mark, we'll have the point lead though, so 6 mark into the double 19 might be the play. Wow.
And he does go over there and close it. Ooh. That's a good mark there. Solid 7.
Good if you
Eric.
hit it, bad if you miss.
Exactly. I was surprised, but hey, sometimes you got to take that look.
Well, Shane can still punish the lack of points here. Goes wide instead. I'm not sure if that's... I'm not sure how I feel about that one in particular, but it's not a bad shot there, as it makes this an interesting back and forth chess game.
Jacobs unhappy with himself there. Wanted more. Adam Kleinheim for tuning in, saying, "What's up, Will Stewart? How you doing, buddy?" He's also saying hello to you as well. So that was my partner there on the siege. Quality shot. Quality shot indeed.
Made you almost look good, Will.
Yeah, we've actually seen Kevin Hopper in the mix as well. Good guy.
Yeah, some good shots played on that show for sure. Oh, this would be huge. Oh, very risky shot. Ludke going for those aggressive plays there, only having a 5-point advantage, going for the close. While fighting the 16 was beneficial there, really, Shane can bury him here.
Well, Sugar Shane, or a hairy Chris Watson, as I call him.
Oh, no. Oh, no. The dart definitely was right on the barrel. Deflected out. How unfortunate. As you can see the frustration there, because that completely changes the paradigm of the situation.
And you can see Eric's just like unlucky, man. Unlucky.
I mean, it can happen to the best of them, but this might hurt a lot. Not lethal, but definitely scary. Taking his time.
Go ahead and get rid of that. And he does.
Well thrown there. 62-point difference now. Meaning 6 bowls needed here for Ludke to regain position. If you hit the first 2 doubles, you might as well stay for one more.
Solid 4, but is it too little too late in this leg? Shane needing 3 bowls.
He threw that dirt a little early there.
Yeah, threw a little bit early, indeed.
Oh no.
And he's only able to snag 1 single. 15.
Well, on the bright side, it does add a bowl, that single 15 there. So it's not a lost turn, but definitely a frustrating one. As now Jake here.
3 bowls and the trip 15.
Oh, it's going to be hard to get to the double.
Very difficult.
I think he needs to shoot the 15 there instead, just switch off.
Yeah, and if you hit it, then take the opportunity.
I mean, I know it's not ideal to leave yourself 3 bowls, but in that situation, how are you going to get much more out of it?
Yeah, you really got to step either to the right or the left heavily there to open up, especially with those flights. But double. We'll take it. So we'll take a quick look at that replay. In with the first. In with the second.
You can see the excitement on his face as he hits that one. As that's going to be the first game going over to the team of Daryl and Shane. They just do a little reload on the board here, but now they're good to go. So it's going to be Jake to start us off here for PSG Darts. Does get the 20s close there, but you know he wanted more.
Down to the 19s. He's taking a look.
I personally respect the aggressive shot if you have the advantage in the match, because if you can force more pressure on the team that already has to win the next 2 legs in a row, you should.
I agree with that one. There's no harm, no foul there. You've got the leg advantage. You can take a couple risky darts with that one.
I mean, Ludke's not afraid to throw the close either, as he hits a triple 19 on the last with ease.
Sugar just not playing sugar darts here. I mean, just off.
He's one of those top-level talents that when he's in form, it's a dominant season for him. But he also has those valleys in this peaks and valleys situation.
It's about decreasing the slumps or minimizing the amount of time you're in the slump. I mean, the best person to think about is Leonard Gates on that aspect, because he switches so often from steel to soft tip and rarely struggles. He works himself out of those little slumps that he has very quickly. He has to.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, these guys are human. They're not going to be machines that can hit everything at all times. And they have to understand that.
speaking of, I did chat with Gates just a minute today, and we asked him, I said, you know, when's the next time you go over for Darts Live? And he said, June. June's going to be busy for me. He said, I think I'm gone all of June. And I'm just like, steel and soft? He said, yeah, exactly. So, I mean, that just shows you right there, you got to be good at the moving and changing and doing that.
Well, ain't no rest for the wicked. If you want to be a pro, it comes at a cost. But he's happy to be paying that bill. Shane does hit a nice cover shot there, moving off those 17s because he fell a little bit blocked. It's better to not contest the dart because you need to get a number open here and kind of assert yourself in this leg. Look at this from Jake.
Going to work, not happy with the last one as it floats outside into the 10 bed. Stays there, trying to regain a lead, not able to, down by 1.
Yeah, Ludke's just been hitting those third dart closes, which has been such a key component to how well they're playing this leg. It's super exciting to see for them as this is going to go the distance at this race.
Great take from Frank Rizzo. Eric L. has a John Part style throw. He kind of mimics that a little bit. John kind of a little bit more leans to the side, but yeah, I could definitely see that from Eric's throw there.
Not a bad throw to mimic.
No, 3-time world champion. Come on, still doing it. I mean, we just saw him at the Cross Border Challenge.
3 more times than I've ever been world champion.
Sugar Shane with single bull, trip 20, single 17. Dylan Messing, hope you're doing well. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate you, sir. Well, Adelfinger just needs the 1. And there it is. Looks like we're tied up 1-1 now.
Well, folks, let us know who you're cheering for in the chat. We got PSG Darts going up against Johnson and Niken. Let us know who you want, who you're excited to see as we're still continuing our coverage here of the Masters Doubles Cricket and all of the Doubles Cricket over at NDA Team Dart 2023.
Got about an hour of coverage left here in tonight's evening session, as we've got a busy day tomorrow with team finals, international challenge. We've also got singles 01 that starts in the evening, so quite the day of darts tomorrow. And we had a big day of darts last night as well. Let's not forget that one. 12 hours of coverage yesterday. We're about at close to hour 10 here.
Well, I'm not going to pretend it's easy to talk about darts all day and to stay focused and try to sound intelligible hours on end. I already don't sound intelligible when I am 100%, but it does fly by when you have a little bit of passion for it. And I know for a fact you and I are having a lot of fun bringing coverage of this event, even if we go and crash like bricks at the end of it.
And even like having great fill-ins, like Ryan George jumping on for a little bit and hanging out. That's always nice, and hopefully he comes back on in the very near future to join us throughout the weekend.
Yeah, well, we're also potentially testing out some remote
stuff. We'll see if that happens or not. I don't know if we can get remotely on, if Sean is available or not. We'll figure that one out, but hopefully we can jump him on for a little bit and test the waters on that.
Yeah, even though Sean Green is not in the room, I will say a lot of people are paying homage to him, as we've seen some banana costumes out there and some chaos of the likes.
Last year we did have Sean Green join us in the commentary booth for the weekend, and
well, Sugar here trying to find those 20s. Does get so in the last there. You can see the frustration there, but once he finds his stride, it's going to be super hard for anybody going against.
Yeah, going back to the banana outfit. Yeah, Sean wearing the banana outfit. We've seen already a few banana outfits this weekend, including Jules Van Dongen rocking one.
Well, speaking of cool outfits, don't forget I got something special for you tomorrow.
Oh, no. Oh, we all got something special for you tomorrow.
Oh.
We got a required jersey selection that we have to wear.
Oh, don't worry about it. I got something in the works here.
Oh, no.
Although I am excited for our jerseys that we're supposed to be wearing tomorrow. It is really cool that Magicware does give us these stylish jerseys to wear, though.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. Adelfinger will step in. One big trip 19, and he can take a shot if he wants to. Not going to get the chance, I feel. I wouldn't have taken that opportunity. I think you just stay down there, especially with tied 1-1.
Yeah, I think you can definitely afford the risk. But, you know, it's one of those things where when the pressure's mounting a little bit, it's hard to go for some of those riskier shots that you normally would want to go for when you know you're in a match point scenario.
What a move there from Sugar Shane as he opens up the 18s and points a little bit on him as well. 214 plays 171.
Personally, I'm a big fan of grabbing that second number before going for a close. If you're not afraid of how well the opponent's hitting a number, you can capitalize that and to take advantage of the situation.
Anna Morietta saying, who's Gate shooting with? He's actually shooting with an old, long-time partner, Ram Gravera Jr.
Yeah, Scrooston Ram Gravera.
Yeah, out of Houston, Texas. Was that a little ghost throw we saw there?
Gonna stay up. He does hit the good cover shot there over on the 18s. Again, taking advantage of the fact that Sugar said, hey, listen, I'm giving you some options to work with. If you're blocked, well, now you're not. You're a welcome partner.
Sugar having a lap before he comes up here. You go ahead and take that stab at the 19s, get rid of those.
And he's not going to waste any time doing so.
Yeah, three fat ones will work as he just goes ahead and gets rid of the number.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the fanfare isn't needed. 44 points ahead, 2 numbers, puts you more than 9 marks ahead in total. And when you're looking at the cricket stratagem of what to do, especially in higher level, it's can my opponent catch up or surpass me within 9 marks, not 9 darts, excuse me. Well, Ludke getting a little frustrated as he gives a little look away there on those 17s here. So we will see if that ends up hurting. Darrow's going to make this one hurt.
Oh, is he? Oh, just into the neighbor on that attempted the trip 17, into the trip 3. Adelfinger looking at a 9. Instead, it's a 7. Still handy, but not handy enough.
Not handy enough, but it keeps you alive. It forces an opportunity to be made if your opponent makes a mistake. So it just adds a little bit of pressure, a little bit of intrigue to the situation as a whole. Of course, Shane right now starting to play like we expect him to play, hitting everything he touches. Good last start there, but Ludke knows it might be too little, too late. As Darrow here can pretty much sign, sealed, and deliver this game. Personally, starting at the 15s here, getting that extra playground seems ideal, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Already having that mark on it gives you that advantageous position to be able to do whatever you want. Now having that 3rd number up and expanding that point lead It just puts them in such a good spot. Sugar hitting us with a little dart flip as he walks up to the line there. Sugar looking to take it right here. And he does. Look at that shot. That was an amazing shot there as Johnson and Niken move on into the bracket to the top 16 position. And unfortunately, PSG Darts will not.
I'm lucky there. So take a look. It doesn't look like we have any other matches on our streaming boards currently. So we will have just a second. But hey, that's quite all right. Let's actually hear a word from our sponsors this weekend. As we want to thank them for supporting the NDA. So let's go ahead and do that one real quick. But in the meantime, don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back with a little bit more coverage before we end this evening. So thanks for joining us. Will Stuart, Nick Dichiria. We'll be right back.
Sugar, yes, please. Hello everyone, this is Nick Dichiria with USA Darts, and today I have with me Bernie Marsh to talk about NDA and what it takes to be a master referee. First off, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm excited for another year of darts here, Team Dart.
So what do you exactly do for NDA?
Well, I'm retired from my coin-op business, and I've been retired probably for about 15 years, but the whole NDA is becomes such a tight-knit family when you're working with these people from all over the country and all over the world. It's hard just to let those strings go.
And then, so you also do a lot of refereeing and stuff like that. What does it take to be a master referee and be like someone that's behind the making of the rules that go into tournaments like this?
Well, the master referee, it's a tier.
Okay.
You start with know the rules test, and you work into it, and you're level 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up to being a master referee. Master referee has the most responsibilities, and it's part of a tournament committee that we do sit down and go through the rules from year to year, because technology and the boards changes all the time. As technology changes, we try to modify our rules to make it better for the players, more fun for the players, and less like worrying about rules and just having a good time.
And then, I mean, you see everyone in this room that's starting to fill up as the tournament's about to kick off and the pool party's going to get going. And we see so many happy faces here. How does it feel to know that there are so many darters that are excited to take part in this event?
Well, like I said, a lot of people come back year to year to year. So, it's a reunion. And then the young people the new people that come first of all, when they walk into the room, they're amazed by seeing 300 dartboards set up in one room. And it's maybe a little bit intimidating, but the whole tournament runs on different levels. And so they're just excited to, they've talked to their friends that have been here, and they're just excited to get their feet wet and have a good time.
And what got your feet wet into darts? What got you into the community, into the scene?
Well, in 1990, I started a small coin-op business, but I didn't know anything about running darts. And so that's when I joined the NDA. So 30-some years ago is when I joined the NDA. And after a few years like 3 years, there was an opening on the board of directors, so I ran for the board, feeling because my business was running quite well then, I figured I should give something back to the organization. And, like a lot of organizations, the more you put into them, the more that comes back to you, and it just engulfs you into its life.
And one of the things I noticed, I mean, when I saw you, as you said, there's over 300 boards, there's lights everywhere, and you're in Vegas. It's a busy city, right? I remember my first time 6-7 years ago, I was intimidated at first. What advice would you give to a new player that's playing in a big event like this for the first time?
If you have questions, ask questions. Just don't walk in a circle and then wonder why this happened or why that happened. There's always somebody that's going to be one to answer your question, and if they can't answer a question, they'll find somebody that can answer your question. So just don't be afraid to ask the questions. Don't be intimidated by that.
Well, I know I'm going to be calling this master ref if my dart misregisters this week, but I know they won't, as we're excited to kick things off at NDA Team Dart 2023. This is Bernie Marsh, and I'm Nick Dichiria.
So you want to get into darts, but you're not sure how. We can definitely help with that. We're usadartsproduction, and we've been a dart specialty store for over 30 years. We have the greatest variety of darts in the country. But don't worry, we can narrow down that selection for you, whether you're a complete beginner or a full-on expert. We developed our own Colonial brand to offer an inexpensive line of darts, dartboards, and accessories, so you can get into the game without breaking the bank. Join our amazing community by going to AZDart.
That'll be the last.
Well, welcome back, everybody. I am Nick Dichiria, joined by the one, the only, the William Stuart here, of course, as we are looking at a great match here. This is going to be top 16 matchup over on our Arachnid board. If I'm not mistaken here, this is going to be Brandon Kessler and Cody Davidson representing Ohio Vending. And of course, this team of which we already saw here rocking what looks to be a Dragon Ball Z shirt, by the way. Now I'm getting a closer look. So
it definitely is a Dragon Ball Z shirt.
As he's going Super Saiyan on that 7 mark there. Daniel Kloss and Sasha Schreider.
Yeah, Brandon and Cody, of course, X1 Elite. To mention that one. Of course, that's pretty well known for most people, but
absolutely, the X1 Elite representation, as we did just have Ryan George in here as well. I'm not mistaken, this is the first leg, correct?
Yes, first leg of action.
Look at that celebration out there, that big boom goes the 9 mark for that gentleman right there. That's going to be Daniel Klaus hitting that one.
Wrap this one up here with a double, and that's exactly what he does. This German team is looking pretty good.
Now, I'm getting curious now about who knocked him down to the losers side here, so I want to actually see if I can find that information for us real quick, because they are playing great. Well, to get a tail of the tape here, first round is where they played main event and came out on top. So that team of Jermaine Kirkendall and David Scott. And then actually the only team that beat them, of course, is a pretty well-known team of Garrett Rakowski and Steve Hilger. So that is the team that sent this German team down, although they are a force to be reckoned with in this loser side bracket.
Five there from Kessler to open up.
And Daniel, they're finding 7 to answer right back. Well, that's a good start there for Sasha.
Another one would be handy. Can't find it.
See the frustration there as he knows with that first start it enabled him to do so much, yet he didn't accomplish the task set out in front of him. Let's see how much it hurts. Right now it doesn't seem to be too bad. 4 mark there for Kessler. Danny with another third dart triple there.
Solid 5.
Now, I know a lot of these German players do have English as a second language and feel pretty comfortable with such, especially with so many of them in the room. But I know you had a chance to talk with more international players than I have. Do you feel like being in a room where there's a language barrier is better or worse for the mental as far as with everything going on?
Honest thoughts here?
Yeah, I would hope so.
I think some people play it off that they don't know as much English as they really do.
That's fair.
Just to keep it that way, you know what I'm saying? So that they can, you know, just, I don't know, speak their native language and not get strategy around or whatever. Well, I don't know. It's something that, yes, I do. Nice 9 mark there from Brandon Kessler. Wanted to say that. It is a good thought. I think that we did mention earlier that no matter what, we saw, like, even if there was a language barrier, there was a amount of understanding when it came to after the match. Like, we saw one guy who was a pretty exuberant, throw his hands up in the end, and you could kind of tell he meant, hey, no disrespect, that's just how I play, kind of deal.
Definitely.
Trying to get me in touchy waters here, but then again. Dan Levine saying, Nick and Will, you two are awesome. Love listening to you. Well, we appreciate you joining us as well as everyone else. Hit that like, hit that follow, hit that subscribe if you have not.
Dan Levine, always right to talk to, and was actually got to feature a clip of his in a promo that just came out a couple days ago, or a couple weeks ago now, for the PVD page over there. Always great to hear from you, Dan. A little bit of frustration there. We will see as this match is neck and neck in this leg. Oh, going down to the 17s on the last start there. Kessler looking good with that 7 mark there. Not really a doubt about it, as his form is looking really sharp these last couple, these last couple rounds. Of course, Daniel Klaus here, ever so consistent. Get a little pump there.
Yeah, big pump there. They're playing well. They're playing well.
Well, you can tell it's getting pretty late in the bracket for some of these teams as you hear some yells and roars. Yeah, some big celebrations going out in the behind the curtain behind us. So you have to imagine there must be some high intensity matches going on.
Kessler looking to try to take advantage here. Big trip 18 would do it.
Kind of blocked himself out there.
Yeah, he's not happy because he's trying to decide now, do I take the opportunity to close the 17s? Do I stay and hold on the 18s? He's thinking about it. Let's see what his decision is. It looks like he's taking the stab. That's exactly what he did, and only gets the 1.
Sorry, as I kind of zoned out there for a second. We have these white curtains by us, and so you see the silhouettes of people, and sometimes I just try to figure out what's going on the other side, because my ADHD sometimes takes the best of me, so I do apologize about that one.
You're sitting here giving me, like, is someone behind me right
Some
now?
paranoia.
What's going on? What's going on? I'm overlooking my shoulder constantly now. You're giving me sketchy thoughts.
Come on, I'll stop talking to the ghost well. This is a crucial turn right here. No numbers closed. And that last single there, huge, huge dart, as going for the 15s now means you have to hit a 6 mark to have that advantage with 1 dart left in hands. Kessler frustrated there.
Yeah, and he wipes it off in disgust. Just 2 on the 15s.
If the 15s go here, the Germans are in great position here to go up 2 straight in this best of 3.
Eyes on the 15s here, trying to gain a lead. And he does, but it's only by 4. 4's not going to be enough, especially with these guys hunting you down.
You say that, but there's definitely some pressure on this moment right here. And it doesn't close?
Yeah, I proved to be wrong here, so I thought for sure these guys would step up and do the business of getting rid of those numbers, but...
Well, based on the data, you're absolutely right, but then there's the intangible of the situation at hand.
Kessler gives it right back. Oh, asphalt with the last dart. Oh, man.
Now with just a 2 mark here, you expect Daniel Klaus to take this with ease. agree with that one. Didn't go for the 15 there for the close.
Yeah, that thing is still open. It's kind of a...
That's a huge gamble.
It can be a gamble.
It lets him get back within a 1 bowl point differential.
We'll see that go now. There it is, first start gone. 2 for the win. And
done with ease there, as that team of Sasha and Daniel will move on and stay alive here. You can see this relief.
Just missed it.
Well, you got the relief on Sasha's face there, as the Ohio team there will not continue on, unfortunately, for today, but there's still a long week ahead, as we got plenty more action here.
I know this is a level 15, but it looks like it is not began yet, so we're going to actually flip it on over to these lovely ladies right here, as we'll figure out. I think this is a level 15 as well, because I think we've seen these ladies before. So this is probably going to be the match that rounds off our evening here, as we get these wonderful ladies up on the stream. Let's go ahead and do our adjustments. We'll take away that USA logo.
Yep, this is going to be for the Illinois team of Courtney and Jen, representing Blackhawk Amusement, Inc. And then on the other end here, for City Amusements in Ohio, that's going to be Fowler and Colley.
I love it. We've seen exactly what we said. We're going to see a decent mix of players tonight from all walks of levels, whether that be level 15, the Masters, which we've seen a couple times. We've seen a few level 1s and whatnot. We've also seen a level 6, which is nice. Love it.
I mean, you've heard us say it before, but I'll say it one more time just for all the fans in chat, is the fact that, yes, the upper echelon players do make some of the most exciting darts content. I know for a fact because I've seen it for a fact. But one of the greatest things is this tournament wouldn't exist, much like any of these leagues wouldn't exist, without every other player in the room. So giving a chance to share some time in the sun and see some new stratagems, see some new players, new techniques, whatever it may be, or just to see some people having a good time, is about enjoying the game and spreading love of the sport, and that's exactly what every player in this room should be doing. Well, the 19's closed, and then over to the 16's closed, and then over to a single 15 there, a 7 mark for the ladies here. Division 15 is no stranger to some great rounds, and that was one right there.
Trying to find that 16, not able to do so.
Well, 3 bulls is all that is needed right here for the team of Fowler and Colley. Look at that, 2 bulls.
Yeah, 2 bulls right there.
I'm going to be honest, the way I've been playing on the couple times I snuck out there to throw some darts, pretty sure these girls will be beating up on me.
This is the thing, is you're going to see some good rounds from these ladies. You're going to see some not so good rounds, but that's the level for you. I mean, it's inconsistencies, and if they tighten those up, you're talking level 10 now instead of level 15, you know?
The other factor being that when you go to a tournament, it doesn't matter how you play in leagues and on the practice board. Practice board player and the player that actually shows up to the tournament are 2 different people. And those that can turn it on when they go to tournaments tend to do some big waves there. Trisha hits that bull there to take this leg. I believe that was the first leg, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I believe. Let's go ahead and make sure. I'm going to head out there and just make sure it's a 1-0 or 1-1
No handshakes
scoreline.
yet, so I would be inclined to believe so.
Say that one more time.
No handshakes yet, so I believe, especially with how serious they all look. as we had a little oopsie poopsie there.
Oh my, that scared the bejeebies out of me too. Chuck, 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 Chuck. And you saw it all in front of you.
We can see our stream is getting a little unhinged here. So we're smashing and breaking things. Give us a quick moment here, as they're going to need to take a second to reorientate after that. It looks like they were trying to mark down the stats, but it wasn't on the same score system there. I believe they're going directly into the next game here. Of course, Will out there going to notify, hey, it's okay, things happen. That, of course, was going to be one of the CompuSport stands, but we ended up not using a CompuSport machine on that side yet. And you can see Will there double checking the position of the matches. They're going to go ahead and reload it. They want to make sure that they're actually on a stacked score for stat keeping purposes. Of course, that does happen very easily because you have to sub the game 3 different ways on 3 different boards.
Yep, and this is a 1-0 score line now.
Yeah, Fowler and Colley looked real dominant.
I'll say in her defense, that glass part was not attached. So,
so what you're saying is she meant to do it.
Yes, exactly. I think that was definitely a mishap. So,
oh, absolutely, and it does happen, but it is no harm, no foul.
Now she's disappointed because she's without a beverage for right now.
Yeah, just have to kind of calm down the adrenaline after that there. And look at this. They're just playing so well. We saw from the part where we tuned in the 7 marks, the 2 bulls, the consistent throwing, and the startup right there, first start triple. It shows some authoritative nature from these ladies.
City amusement player here.
Something about those soybeans and cornfields in Ohio, I'll tell you what. I can say that I'm from there.
Yeah, you can say it.
Now, if I start talking smack about Kansas, it's fair for you to say no.
You talk a lot of smack about that one, trust me.
And look at that, another trip 20 for that team as they're just chugging along. Diana there that just threw has almost kind of like that baseball throw, where it's kind of like almost like bringing the arm into the body rather than keeping it in front. It makes the dart go real fast into the board, real assertive. But it seems to be working out for her.
Mm-hmm. Definitely so. To the 18s here. Convert, unable to.
Good follow through. Nice setup for these ladies.
Just to kind of give you an idea, I mean, levels 6 through 15 have been playing since about 4 p.m., so gotta think these ladies probably are a little tired at this point, huh? But look at that 6 mark. Yeah.
You couldn't tell. She was on track for a 9 there. These girls are mean.
Mean? What was that?
That was repressed trauma, Will. That's exactly what that was.
I loved it. I loved it. There you go, 152 and a 120. Round 5 here. Trying to pad some points, 20 on the board.
Yeah, when we tuned into the last leg here, it was a point battle in the 400s, and that's going to be very much mirrored here.
Just go ahead and take out the trip 20 there, closes them out. 152, still at 140. is a difficult throw there. I mean, when you think about it, her elbow's out too. So really, when she brings it back, it's a difficult motion to.
That's what I'm saying. It's some serious
keep consistent with. Yeah.
Well, those 20s are a foregone conclusion now, so it's about time to move on to the rest. And look at this, just with ease.
Solid 4. Solid 4.
What division is this? Because
15.
No, can't be.
15.
No way, no how.
15. We saw these two lovely ladies earlier in Division 15, so.
Well, these ladies are playing phenomenal right now. And let's see what happens here for the Illinois team representing Black Hawk Amusements.
Gunning for something of value. She chooses the 17s here. Grabs 2 of them.
You can see they just are doing the change there. Sometimes the sensor doesn't always catch that the darts are removed. But here we go. 2 17s to close with the lead if they would like. She is going right at him. Hits a single there.
Yep, needs one more. She's got it. She's playing very well in this round here.
I think the one factor that we're really seeing out of this Division 15 match, and it's something that is a precedent that should be across all of them, is how consistent they all are right now. They are just doing work time and time again and doing exactly what they're trying to do consistently. It's not about the big explosions. We talked about peaks and valleys. It's about finding that middle road.
Ladies are looking to tie this match up and make it 1-1 potentially.
Well, the winner of this match will go on to either play Barlow ×2 or Corsaw and Mason on the other end here. One more 16 would be nice. Oh, almost got into the double for the Shanghai. But a 4 mark there keeps this interesting. Trisha wanted to get rid of those, or excuse me, wanted to get some more of those 16s, but couldn't find them there. 2 16s needed here for Courtney and Jen.
Oh my.
Wow.
If it's not one, it's the other. 5 marks there.
That's brutal.
That is
absolutely brutal.
playing like a level 16, let alone.
I think level 6 would be splitting right now for sure. Well, let's see if they can finish what they started and bring this to a last leg decider. Ooh, good look on their last.
Trying to find the bull, unable to do so. So Courtney and Jen, to make this 1-1, needs 2 bulls. Able to grab one. Still time for Courtney and Jen here. So they put himself out ahead by a pretty good chunk here, 263 and 189.
That triple 15 was a huge dagger.
Yeah.
Kind of submits the position here.
Case of the one hole outside. I don't know if she did or not.
That looked pretty convincing if she did.
Janelle saying, "Get it, ladies." Love the support there. Appreciate you joining us for our coverage of NDA Team Dart 2023. Once again, this is a level 15 match here. We've seen a good plethora of matches today from all our levels.
We have. We were going pretty rapid fire there for a little while today.
Yeah, we're running about on hour 10 now as we continue to bring you great coverage. And, man, we've still got 4 days of action to go.
Don't sound too excited.
No, I'm just saying we got 4 more days of action to go, including the team event finals for 01 tomorrow, as well as the International Challenge. We mentioned singles 01 as well. And we'll get into team cricket rounds, that can get interesting.
It can definitely get interesting because the strategy in cricket is so much of a momentum-based game. So to have someone else in between games to sit down, to come back in and out, change starting order, it's a big task to handle here. But we are super excited. I know I joke around with Will a little bit, but we love putting the work in to bring you guys this great production here as we're having a lot of fun, and I hope you guys are too. I know the players are certainly having a good time as they love to hang out with us and tell us the little stories of what's going on out there.
Chris Trinidad asking about what is tomorrow night. That's going to be singles 01, and they got a staggered start. So 10 through 17 and ladies masters, 9 through 18 is going to be 5 p.m. Levels 6 through 8 and masters is going to be 7 p.m. and then levels 1 through 5 is 8 p.m. So.
They are just having a little bit of trouble getting this last bowl in here.
Yeah, some strugglesomes in this leg out. Let's see if Courtney and Jen can do that right here, and that's exactly what they do. Tying us up 1-1 as we're taking a replay of that one right in the blue.
Well, it is now down to the decider here for the ladies in Division 15.
This will be our last leg of action this evening. So we probably catch an early snooze for tomorrow's long day of action.
Well, we just want to reiterate to everybody, we want to make sure we're on our A game because there's going to be some great stuff taking place tomorrow.
Yeah, most certainly. We don't want to be struggling.
Well, Trisha there finds the bull with ease and will get the start here in this last leg. Let us know who you got, Fowler and Coley for Ohio, or Courtney and Jen representing the Illinois area. Justine Pardon asking, how long is this tournament? It technically starts on the 4th with a meet and greet / pool party that they normally do, and then goes all the way till the 10th, but the actual play starts on the 5th to the 10th. So 5 days, 6 days if you count the meet and greet.
Exactly. So it can definitely be a long week of action here, especially when you consider you're in Las Vegas. So the temptation to go out and gamble rather than catch some Z's is always there. And then by day 4 or 5, you could be struggling just a little bit.
Oh, I told Will, the biggest attractor for me in Vegas is all the food out here. There are so many good places to eat. There was this place that everyone was talking about, this Bagel Mania.
Oh, my goodness. It was pretty good. Big old bagels. Good stuff indeed. Oh, nice darts there. That's a great 5 mark on the 18s.
Of course, it does hand the opportunity back to Courtney and Jen to keep shooting at this 20 that they do have the 2 marks already on.
Corey giving a funny. He says, Ohio and Illinois, can they both lose? Laugh out loud, JK, JK.
hey, listen. Simmer down over there.
Love a little competition between states. It would be fun to see a state battle come up.
I really do want to do some type of state challenge.
How you plan that out, I don't know, but it would be interesting. Maybe 2 teams of 4, 1 woman on each, or 2 women on each.
Yeah, we've definitely talked about it in the past. You and I have brainstormed some different things and ways to do it.
It would be fun. Definitely would be fun.
Well, that's a big trip there. Getting the point league back in contention there for the Illinois team.
Marks there, and one's on the points on the 18s. Courtney and Jen go about this 10-point advantage. She go ahead and try to take out the 18s. That's what she does with the first dart.
And it had free reign to move along from there. It is only a 10-point differential, which is something to keep in mind here. But this is into the top 8, which is going to be a great position to be in what is a very competitive tournament. Every bracket here is so competitive because of the way that every player is gauged and brought in, and it's leveled out. So when you're in these bracketed divisions like this, rather than an open division such as the Masters, you're going to notice that it's going to be very competitive games for the most part, especially for players that are still in this many rounds.
Closure on the 16s at the first dart. My goodness, a 7 mark. These ladies are playing, man.
Look at that.
For level 15, they are really having some moments of greatness.
I would say their timing has been the most impeccable part. Yeah, hitting good shots is good shots, but hitting it when they're hitting it has been monumental. Look at that. There go the 19s there with a 4 mark. Just chugging along and making great progress here.
Yeah, I mean, got a 4-house advantage right now.
We can see right now Fowler, excuse me, sorry. The Fowler's team over there is Fowler and Colley. They're trying to stay alive, but they're going against a brick wall right now and not really able to do much against what has been some excellent performance from these ladies.
Definitely right. I mean, like I said, moments of greatness from Courtney and Jan as they're just kind of cruising along here.
Struggling to find success on the 15s there. As 2 marks is all that's needed for Courtney and Jen to all but guarantee this leg. And a triple will do.
The old dart that blends in with the floor. Gotta love that one. All been there. Seems like all these hotel floors just, no matter what color flight you choose, you always lose it.
I used to have a buddy that would change the color of his flights depending on the tournament carpet that was in the hall, and I honestly don't even blame him for it.
I figure you can't go wrong with white, but man, there's so many times where you still can't find that sucker.
Absolutely. What does it make a difference? My darts can't even find the board half the time anyways.
Been there, done that one, Nick.
Let's see, Courtney and Jen 3 bulls away from moving on to the top 8 here in this last leg decider. Great look at it, but not able to get closer there. So Trisha looking for some moment of greatness here. Oof.
Oh, big double with the last.
It does
still
make a
gotta
difference.
feel. I mean, they gotta do an awful lot to work their way back into this match.
That they do, but we do have to remember Jen and Courtney struggled immensely on finishing the game last time that they won. They were spending several darts there trying to find the bull and not being able to do so. So if Fowler and Colley can capitalize, this can get topsy-turvy real quick. Diane working her way in. And does find one on the last. Doesn't have the point lead, but now all of a sudden it's 11-point difference. They've also fallen out and close to 15 along the way here. It's a 4-number differential. I would have to wonder if Courtney and Jen start pointing here. Oh, that's a hanger on the bull there. It's going to be hard to get that one in. Courtney and Jen can do it in one dart. They did get that one bull last round and expand that point lead to a 48-point difference. And again, some bull trouble for them, though. This has happened in the last leg. And I wouldn't want to mess around with Fowler and Colley too long because they are explosive just as much as the rest of them. And look at that. That's a great placement on that dart, too. Look at that. One more. And a hat trick there.
Oh, yes. And you can see the laugh. The fun being had. What it's all about. Even in close to defeat moments, they're still having a ball, enjoying themselves. That's what it's all about.
It's about the memories being made, as we said plenty of times. And unfortunately, I don't know if she knows, but the 15s got closed earlier by a fallout. A fallout of the Bulls closed the 15s.
I think so. She'll have to readjust here and not able to find it. So is this a moment here or not? Let's find out.
She's continuing to look up here to try to start closing numbers. I personally think starting with the easier one is always going to be the better option there. So going in for that 17 range and trying to pick that number first might have been more advantageous, or even this the 1916 area, just because it gives you a bigger region to work with. As the point lead does get regained by Courtney and Jen.
Some strategy being talked there in the background, it looks like.
Well, that's a convenient fallout. Now falling out and closing the 17s, bringing it down to just 3 numbers and a slight point lead for Courtney and Jen. Slowly inching closer back into this game, Fowler and Collier are. Right now it's a 32-point difference. The 2 bulls need to get ahead. Any fallouts or closes along the way will be pretty nice to see. Look at that, they're still going for closes instead of going to the bulls. I don't know if I'd love it in this particular situation.
I think, yeah, you got to try to take that lead because they're just, you know, two darts away here.
Even one?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. They just need the 2 bulls, so actually just 1.
And that's a 52-point difference, so 3 bulls behind. They're going to need to go back to attacking it as they were.
There's 1. 1 more needed.
There's
and
the other.
Boom, there it is. As they are able to capitalize and win. You can see Courtney and Jen, the relief there. So I think we may have got that. Let's see. Yes, we did. As you can see her go yes in the background.
The partner left a bigger celebration out there. That was some phenomenal stuff and really insightful to see some of these other divisions here. You can learn a lot from them as those girls played phenomenal and represented themselves well.
That they did. That they did. Well, that's going to do it for us this evening as we're going to bid you adieu. We're going to come back bright and early. We got an 8 a.m. start for us, so we'll probably be down here just to make sure everything's good around 7 o'clock, 7:30, well, 7 o'clock. Make sure we're ready to go, and we'll be up and running at 8 a.m. local time. It'll be 10 a.m. Central, 11 a.m. Eastern, so definitely join us here on USA Darts Facebook as well as our YouTube page. Join us on the National Darting Association Facebook page, and then how about this? You can join us on StreamStack as well. So, quality stuff. We appreciate you being here for our coverage of NDA Team Dart. Nick, what do you say?
Well, I just want to thank everyone, just like you said, for hanging out with us as we've been having a lot of fun bringing this action on here. Of course, go follow us over at USA Darts on Facebook and YouTube. Buy our merch over at usadarts.live. Those USA hats are looking super sharp. And of course, thank you to NDA for having us out here as we're excited to continue the action tomorrow. Well, folks, that's just about a wrap for us.
Yep. Well, thanks for joining us, folks. We'll see you tomorrow for more action here from Las Vegas at the Westgate Casino and Resort. See you later.
Sayonara.